Nice one, Genji.
Bit more damage dealt there, but that's going to be the pistol going the way of Genji, starting things off right here on this attacker side.
Yeah, just a clean break into the rubble area, and they're able to find a couple good kills, a good flash as well from Foxy9 to back up Munchkin on the follow-up after Karan's two-piece. Just a swing around the corner, and they're just not ready. They're still holding the line. They're not anticipating that he's got that far. And a little bit of a oopsies there for RRQ, but at the end of the day, Genji, good post plants, pretty much had won the round off the rip. And from there, smooth sailing into now their anti-eco, a rifle for Texture, a bulldog for Ash, guardian for Karan, and a couple pistols. So willing to lose a couple players in this round are Genji. Try to carry over some bigger weaponry into that bonus. And they're just checking, looking to see where's the stack. This is so common on these ecos, especially on Lotus, that, you know, maybe there's going to be a 4-1 somewhere. Munchin's going to go exploring.
Talking about one of those pistols, might be losing it here. Yep, Jemkin will be able to find that kill. Does go down to 10 HP. The Ghost can be picked up and passed over to somebody else.
But that's good info. You know now that likely the stack is going to be on A, and that being said, Genji seems to think that maybe RRQ would have rotated off of that with just Munchkin being typically, you know, Munchkin's going to be on his own quite often for Genji, so that's not too bad of a read, but that's a good kill for Ash.
Jemkin trying to scale forward here off the back of the salvos.
Nice, Texture. Gila.
Still able to go ahead and find the headshot. Now sight's going to be turned in towards B, the blast back forward. It's going to be Foxy9 actually collecting the eliminations here. Farrell will find that other kill.
Udah pasti menang
As we're talking about, all the weapons will be
free round.
forward as Genji get a relatively clean anti-eco.
Not bad at all. Just checking again to see if there was presence on A. Ash confirms, gets a kill. Sure, you kill Munchkin, but again,
menang sih.
Pistols, those two ghosts, totally fine to lose. Yeah, yep.
Wajib menang.
Really nicely done. Texture goes bounding in. Foxy gets a couple kills with the ghost himself, and I look forward to some kind of Texture reaction today.
I'm sure there will be plenty.
It's the best.
I mean, we have two of the most boisterous players on stage with him and Munyan on the inside. It's going to be Jimkin.
Nice, Jim.
Getting involved. Statuesque, as always, but finds the headshot. The Texture gets taken down nice and early here in the round.
It's definitely quite the dichotomy between some of those players. Jemkin definitely very locked in most of the time. There's Monyet, Texture. Gonna be vibing a bit more for you. Munchkin already tucked all the way up behind the door, listening for sound cues to try to make some reads for his squad. Maybe see if he can catch anybody. Tries to get a little bit too far, but this drone gets cleared before it checks Munchkin's position. So again, they're setting up for the lurk now to rotate to the other side of the map. Try to let Munchkin try to see if he can find a free pick. Ash is going to clear some space with the fade utility. That's going to bring out the response here from the Viper.
Whisking around, and Munchkin, he is swooping closer and doesn't nearly have the transfer there on for a second, but Monyet able to put him down, and that's now going to be a two-player advantage.
Hampir itu lulus.
He looks to deny opponent's conversion. Genji, however, forward into the site. Still a late lurk from Foxy9, but no one swinging through B. Still has a potential for a backstab over at Waterfall, but you can see the ping.
Menang dong, hierarchy menang dong.
That's pretty standard Genji. They want to get through and lurk onto your back when you're trying to get that retake to go.
Sees the hold of a bay there for the moment. Monyet pulls off for just a little moment there, and then Foxy9 swoops in, is able to find the kill, brings it now to parity. 3v3. Strafing forward. Good for the transfer in. Now just crazy guy left. He's just got no way to clear this out. We'll just slowly drift away, try to hold on to the weapon, but that's going to be a big bonus conversion for the side of Genji. As fault line, will it connect? It's going to be a little bit too shallow. And it's going to be util in hand as Karan collects himself a third in the round.
Huge bonus win here for Genji, and it's just classic sort of Genji playstyle. Munchkin loves these kind of rounds where he's able to get deep into enemy territory, just kind of wait it out, get that kill, get that trade, that's fine. Foxy finds the perfect timing, and you know, it used to be Meteor who was on those lurks. Now you've got Foxy finding kind of groove in that system. I mean, I think one of the things that going back to
nice. Tapi aku dukung Arrach bukan Genji.
was he was having trouble finding those timings on those lurks. And that was probably a reason why they might have set him down.
Nice. Aduh, ya Allah.
The revenge for the previous round
Ini,
there, Texture.
kok sih Koron?
Well knows that Cushy is going to be nearby. Just
Oh, itu.
able to go ahead find that one. Texture finding Monyet at the same time. Further damage dealt. Genji all but assuring that Thrifty is impossible.
Tapi kayaknya memang ya pakai Phantom Recon tuh best bet deh.
for the next round as well.
Might be able to do some damage with this Bucky, but outside of that, you wouldn't expect anything too crazy. Stinger in hand for Crazy Guy, though. Sometimes that can get you a one and done.
Yeah, Munchkin, I'm not sure if you want to peek that one with the Outlaw. Opt to back away. Texture, however, seems to favor his odds, and we'll just eventually go ahead and get the adjustment.
Nice try.
Piece for him. Crazy Guy dead. That's going to be a flawless here in the follow-up as Genji now up 4-0.
It starts to get to real concern for RRQ on this defender side. The bank account
Arrach main.
for the side of Genji.
Dua smoke juga.
Some ultimates to boot. Just right before the flash bloomed.
Iya, dapat smoker.
Karan just leading the charge. Texture covering him. Watching those tracers through the smoke. Very nicely done. Genji looks in cruise control. Classic Genji.
Races so far. As mentioned, Showstopper is available. Texture.
Gak ada Sentinel ya?
Sparrow here by himself. Showstopper now going to be drawn in. Oh, spots him out right there in the smoke. And Texture's able to collect it. No chance of escape here for Sparrow. Just coming at him way too quickly. Sheer wall set up is going to alert this flank coming in from behind. As Texture on the swing just manages to plant his feet and find Crazy Guy's head. And now, given that you have given this up with the sheer wall, you have to call for the three-player save. RQ just have to let Genji move up.
Gak worth it, cuy.
You have to anticipate that there's also going to be a timeout at the back end of this.
Well, and this is why when you hear people talk about some of the best duelists in the world, this round right here is why Texture's always in the conversation. He just wins you around on his own. Yes, he has the ultimate. Yes, he has the showstopper. But it's that follow-up kill into C Hall that really blows things open. I mean, of course, there's the protocols behind with the sheer wall and all that. But it's Texture winning you this round all by himself almost. I mean, just crazy good stuff from him. He looks really sharp today. I think in stage one in particular, Texture has looked back to last year's form, back to when he was just one of those guys who is going to win you tons of rounds, and he's going to kick indoors for you.
What gak sih?
Genji, this little adjustment as well, very nicely done.
Enak buat.
78 HP, no problem. Takes down the IGL of RRQ on the backside. And
Agak tahan timeout.
time for Ewok and company. Try to figure this out. I mean,
Of course lah, ambil timeout
this is
itu.
Genji's map pick. This is strength to strength for both teams, right? You know, some of their best maps in terms of Lotus first, Icebox second. And Genji is just looking
Ayolah.
back to another Masters.
Bisa kau bisa.
Obviously, both teams already have that ticket confirmed. They will be going to Toronto. But for RRQ, being able to be the first seed into a grand final for the first time, get that advantage in that series. It would be absolutely monstrous here for them. But sometimes that pressure.
Belum panas sih, ini belum panas.
Seem like Genji, who has a strong side, they don't need to scrape together too many rounds to be able to make a go of this. As long as the players come online, we know what kind of impact Jemkin can have, but right now, it's not really being seen.
Yeah, this is a tough ask for RRQ and their coaching staff. Genji's done a really good job of showing a bunch of different looks, a bunch of different plays off of taking early rebel control or not, seeding it over. You know, do they reaggress into that space? How aggressively do they reaggress into that space? Do they want to just get a kill and dip out like they did on the anti-eco? Do they want to control some of this territory to get Munchkin set up? Now, that poison cloud gonna land, so you know Munchkin is over here, but you don't know what's gonna be on the back side of it. That's what makes it so tricky. He's gonna tuck himself into this corner again, but this time he immediately pops the door. He's letting them know. So it's so hard to read.
Aduh, Jemkin.
Just too snappy. Gets the readjustment. Jemkin now dropped once again here. First casualty of the round. Manya and Sparrow considering a space, and Munchkin still doing well to come away with a second kill there. Texture bounding forward, has the hot reveal, swings in. I don't think Crazy Guy had any idea of his position, but Cushy similarly able to go ahead and catch off guard, but then Texture's still there on the site, swings in from behind.
Masih winnable sih, winnable sih.
Middle recovered, but he is just strafing forward. Texture, a little bit of misalignment
Aduh,
there to be
larinya.
eventually gets himself the 3K. 2x that for the score.
Well, this is just a phenomenal round from Munchkin and Texture in particular. I mean, again, Munchkin doing something he hasn't done yet, which is opening that door, and he's just ready for a player to be tucked behind that box. Wins a couple duels. Good reveal from Ash. He pays.
The piece.
But that sets up Texture to create that extra flank angle to eliminate Cushy at the front of C main, and then just again aggressively push C Hall.
I don't know what he said.
I didn't hear it. I was talking. I should have stopped yapping.
Another classic, perhaps.
All right. Well, Jemkin played for an early.
What do you think would be more effective at cheering somebody up? A video of puppies or a video of just Texture freaking out?
Oh, for me, Texture.
Yeah, I feel like it's close.
He is like a puppy. You're right. It is kind of. I mean, he's so excited about the smallest things. The video of him spilling coffee on his desk the other day was hilarious.
I need to see that one.
It's so funny.
Monyet spotted, but as he spotted Munchkin, seems like yes. Slowed down on the jiggle peeking. Cushy though, swooping forward, so maybe they don't have the read after all. Munchkin, ooh, doesn't anticipate the reposition. It's a nice little slide back from Monyet, gets him out on a wider angle. So is able to trade that out. That's your Tejo gone, a lot of your delay tactics. A lot of your retake potential. Not in hand here for the round.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to try to find your way through now. A lot of pressure on Ash to set things up, Monyet.
Bentar ya.
Actually just reposition
Ini aku masih belum.
set up here. Try to crunch off the back of this Rolling Thunder.
It buys
Gonna
time,
try.
but
Yeah.
they can't play off the back of it here, so the stuns can be waited out, but there's going to be 20 seconds remaining in the round here for Gen G.
Just a hair too early from Crazy Guy.
Not spotting anything. Crazy Guy still kind of reading this late lurk.
Time though.
Pivot into B. He's trying to buy this, but gets his eyes away from main. Foxy in there to capitalize. The spike now going to be planted. Xpero just going to be banking that. Snake bite in, but loses his life. Jemkin now is asked to do it all.
Mana ya? Aku tuh lagi ngapain tadi?
With Foxy watching the angle.
Tapi kalau nol masa.
The scoreline. Arrach need to be considering that second timeout call here in the half.
Masa 13-0.
Because Gen G hasn't really had to invest ults. They've just been cruising. Nice reposition there from Monyet. And then the snake bite also missed. Ash didn't take any damage from this snake bite. So that was a little bit off. Everything kind of off kilter for the side of RRQ here. On their defender side of Lotus, you've got the pit, you've got Jemkin's ult, you've got Cushy's ult, but you're on an eco. How much are you willing to invest?
Hello.
Right
Hello.
have 11 kills collectively on the side of RRQ. Texture has that.
Hello.
Halo.
Tidak, coba cek lagi.
Halo.
Oke.
Wah, ini.
Hello.
Halo.
여보세요.
Halo. 7-0.
Util to check this.
Mas.
Halo, Shimash.
They know how much
Jadi
money
berita.
on the C side of the map.
Begitu aja lah.
Here for the moment, the sheer wall is well protected as they push forward in towards a main rubble. Crazy Guy, fault line here at the ready. It's gonna be another slow going round, and right now Munchkin, he's actually in behind Jemkin. Eyes turning back over, he's gonna catch a glimpse. Jemkin still unscouted. Texture bounding around, does fall. Jemkin able to find the head, but Charon is there for
Ow!
Equalizes it.
Well,
Now they're just gonna
well.
look to try to juggle these weapons away.
Gimana caranya bisa masuk gitu?
Help. That was my texture impression.
30 seconds left.
Yeah.
Apa ya?
Nah, ini ada kilang Gen G.
The Valorant Carnival. As a juggler, perhaps.
Iya. Aku juga
As he
nonton.
is continuing to hold this angle. Just keep these weapons out of hand. Crazy Guy taken down. Swing out. Eventually finds the spray. Cushy gone.
Bro, it's literally Gen Z, man.
Munchkin saying, yeah, why take a chance? Send the pit. Drops it on the site and guarantees the round here for Gen G. Guarantees this flawless round over round play.
It's been crazy. They've been mostly really good. I mean, The only small mistake they've made is
Oh,
Jemkin
ni
got
je lagu
into
dia
sea lobby
orang.
without anybody noting it. And they lost texture for it. Big deal. He's
Kok
still
lah
in
di
the round.
belakang.
They're still going to have a bunch of ults coming into this next one. So well worth using that Viper's pit there.
Bila
Great
weh, dia
opportunity
pekat weh.
to really clamp down on things. Might as well go for it. Karan
Dia
has the
pekat
shorty
sebab
in the back pocket, switches over. Ash with the outlaw. Like to see
cik
the outlaws
lah.
being used really effectively for Gen G. Operator now for Jemkin. Big
Yuk 4 round sisanya menang yuk. Yuk bisa yuk.
can turn it on its head. He misses the first shot.
Janji menang, percayalah.
Ya, kemungkinan map ini menang. Jadi kita nggak tahu.
He's one charge away from having that showstopper, Norb right here in front of him. See if he goes for the tap. He will. Ult now at the ready. Both flash packs obviously committed. Suppress now going to be connecting as well.
Sumpah.
Oh, nice, Jemkin.
The op shot does connect. Nice little setup there from Cushy with the Armageddon. Pushes out the Raze,
Ay.
able to capitalize.
Tadi dong yang tadi. Nah,
Is found. Still guarded now, however, going to be invested here on the
That
second
means
round, trying to
this
swoop in
is
off the
the
backside
end.
of that one. Is unable to do so, and one yet over at Mound finds Munchkin. Best chance in a round that RQ has found so far.
Ball.
Takes aggressive space. Immediately
Ada pula
the
bunyi.
transfer for the third. Cannot.
Memang the end lah.
Damage is dealt.
Tengok 5 minit after.
2v3 now with Fox. He tucked here at stairs. TP forward. Vanya basically shoulder to shoulder, and Foxy. Some damage dealt, but kill not found. Paranoia going to be dodged out. Ash has to do it all. Spots the first. Looks for the transfer.
Nice.
Will stand tall. 13-0, no more. RQ will get themselves on line and on the board here in round number 9.
This is just a tremendous counterplay here by Cushy. Great ideas. They know that they're going to feed this alt orb to texture.
Bo.
So you can send out the
Dengan
drone,
mak
nullify
boyfriend.
texture's alt briefly, and then counter with your own Armageddon off of Gen G's Nightfall to isolate texture, put him in a really uncomfortable position, and he walks out into the open of Jemkin's operator. So that round, well thought out, well designed, and well executed. RRQ finally gets the big win. They keep the op, so they can keep their economy okay. You know, they're still able to get the rifles, a few half armors here and there, but all's well that ends well. Still have that showstopper to consider.
Oh, nice Jemkin.
It's going to be Munchkin taken down. Jemkin finding the first shot. Does have this dimensional drift in case things get a little bit dicey. Gate crash is set up in Waterfall here for the moment. Prowler waits it out, eventually clears it. This time showstopper going to be sent.
Nice.
Able to trade it out.
Wow.
Dead before the rocket can connect.
Pala.
Player advantage still going to be here for RQ.
Karan trying to take a cheeky angle.
Swap of the weapons. It's Foxy trying to play it. Unexpected timing, perhaps?
No.
Gets 2 crisp shots, and Cushy and Xfero now suddenly eliminated. Tucks back around the corner. The fake out, leading the charge. The real thing, however, finding the kill. Double face coming in. Monyet to collect.
Oh,
RQ now
ente.
Nice, nice.
All right, starting to get it together.
Ente.
Had to throw some
Dukung Arrach ya, bukan Genji.
Jemkin, but Gen G
Masuk ke Arrach.
not able to find those favorable trades.
Ya, aku suka Janji.
You know, yeah, you get the
Ya, nggak apa-apa, nggak apa-apa.
immediately dealt with by Crazy Guy. That opening pick from Jemkin, very important that he's gonna find those. So many of these rounds are coming down to which duelist can break things open first. That is disgusting from Ash. Jemkin here, just leading the charge around the corner. Ash knows they're coming, but not much he can do there. 2 players coming through. Now, a little bit of confidence in Odin for Monyet. Let's see what RRQ can get done. Looks like just the 2 controllers for Gen G gonna contest Rubble. And that's gonna be TP forward by Karan. Dodge some of those bullets.
Bo, dia baru nak pergi ngamuk dia.
Connecting.
Oh yeah, at the ready.
Knows he's in there.
Maybe he's thinking about a smoke now. And we'll go ahead and send one door. Going to be broken. Face out. Karan going to be taken down.
Nice. Ayo dapat 4 aja.
It's another great start to a round here.
Yeah.
Op shot. This
No.
time around, Foxy is able to go ahead and scale forward a bit. This flash not quite connecting. The short.
Aduh, aduh tipis banget.
Does not confirm the kill. Foxy with a sliver. Does manage to hold.
Ah, Munchkin.
Munchkin similarly.
Nice.
Headshot.
Low, Munchkin low.
Still does manage to go
Nice.
ahead and stay alive.
Nice.
Stealth
Thank you.
drone going to be cleared. Munchkin collects the operator.
Aduh, dapat OP lagi.
He's going to go ahead and look to peek in at Waterfall. Holds the angle. Saweria just timing going to be found as the stun goes in. Ash.
Wah, pusing tuh.
Salvos and everything thrown at him.
And two
Kitchen sink
guys.
may as well be chucked in. He just wants him to peek the angle. Eventually is able to get him to do so. As Ash looks to try to clutch this one out.
Did he
The
hear it?
defuse.
Nice.
I don't think he has. It's just being
Nice.
held. Monyet, he's got the one way to try to
Oh, nice, Saweria. Nice, nyet, nice.
damn narrow margins, but RQ clinch out another round win. Now 3 consecutive, looking to get themselves up to that 4-8 half.
Well, this time RRQ has a good plan for that Gen G player that's trying to tuck in outside the door. Got a couple players stacked towards the destructible door at A-Link themselves. And Munchkin there, 2 huge kills to nullify the pit, but switches over to the op and isn't sure if someone's tucked into the cubby on his right-hand side. It's kind of caught, switching back and forth. Nice attempt again. I mean, Ash has hit some snap shots.
Tekstur juga pakai OP.
But
He's
just
only got 7 kills.
Ah, yan OP anak ya.
Just been
nasty.
nice little one taps.
Yeah.
Mati, 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 mati. Nice.
That is texture dead. A great little trap play off the rip here from the side of RQ.
Hmm.
There's jump peek. See Munchkin and Cushy's gonna slowly drift away. It's like, no, I'm not gonna go for that again.
Pick, 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 pick. Foxy, Foxy, pick, Foxy.
Time at predicting Jemkin's angle.
No, don't be, don't be, don't be, don't be. No, 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 no.
To push any further forward.
Pick.
Doesn't want to push his luck just
No.
yet.
Pick.
Waiting for a little bit more space to be taken at C.
Main di pick mati.
Just Xfero holding the line at C for now, although starting to make his way over.
Kenapa Gen Z semua rata-rata pakai Ion ya?
The drone out. Just a little bit of pressure for that shot from Jemkin.
It's the tap of the door from Gen
Siapa yang buka pintu ya?
in response to the stealth drone coming out that gives Jemkin the angle. Foxy unable to clear it previously. Munchkin's shot going wide. 3 players now left standing. Just Karan with an ultimate. Ash dead means that you don't have that Nightfall.
Okay.
This flash going to be sent. Jemkin does go ahead. Eats the lion's share of it, but he's got the quick exit from the gate crash. Karan now going to be TPing into the back of a site, but Monyet is still holding A lobby with this rebel control.
Nice.
Snaps down. Munchkin dead. Now Foxy 9 needs to try to work his way over here.
Okay, guys.
Has
Something
further reinforced the
different.
position.
Nice. Satu lagi.
An ace clutch for Karan.
Puas
Get a
ang
9 and 3
tutup.
half. Otherwise, RQ
Ako sih di
dragging this back as much as
penyebaikan
they possibly could.
peka.
Good luck.
Iya.
This ain't gonna be easy.
Certainly not.
Eh, babi.
Tucked in behind the tree, but no one on the approach from that angle. Every single player from RRQ is here in the site. Peeks looks for the first one. The
Aduh,
offense
aku tengah
scaling
tengok
forward,
dua
finds
benda
the tap on
sekarang
the
ni
one.
dulu.
It's a shot into the shoulder of Jemkin. And in the end, RRQ.
Oke, Pikit. It's okay, it's okay.
Here in the back end of this
Thank
half.
you udah mampir.
As much as humanly possible, let's get ready to go on the attack.
Yeah,
Gain China, gain China.
play once RRQ was able to get into that operator. That really gave Gen G fit so many of those opening
kamu
picks.
tengah live ke?
Start
Iya, aku lagi live.
play
Kenapa,
of
weh?
RRQ. And it made things really, really challenging. And that's a great setup again. A nice little trap place. You can see some of these ideas, some of these designs that RRQ had coming into this map. Able to come to
Masih ni tak
fruition,
faham kan?
later in the half. But was that 8-round streak that Gen G was able to run going to be too much for them to overcome? I was getting worried there for a second that I miscounted rounds. Because like, they
Yes!
back and it was like 8-3 and I'm like, did I
Yeah.
pull a Lakia?
Nah, the HUD just had a little bit of a
Then we're all good.
little bit of a heart murmur there. Stuttered for a brief little moment.
Hey!
Look at who it is. RB. Back over here visiting. Cutest human being. They're going to say each other. How adorable. But of course, Binbon, one of our Korean commentators, has the day off, decided to bring RB back into the studio.
Kamu live apa ya?
Yeah, such a nice
Apa?
guy.
Aku live aja, pengen apa aja live,
A little
live,
bit,
aja yang penting live.
How IGLing is going? He said it's difficult. It's
Yeah.
hard.
I don't think that many IGLs would disagree with that.
No.
Next
Dude.
to
Kesukaan Christian weh.
And see,
Eh,
Gen
bukan.
G over to the defender side, RRQ, a chance to maybe turn this map on its head a bit. That 4-round streak might be in the back of Gen G's brains a bit. It looked so good early. Again, that operator started giving them really
Wow.
big problems. That is an incredible draw. Wow.
Ever the artists. Our Korean fans. Let's see though. How RQ
Yang menang lah.
started that monstrous 8-round win streak here for the side of Gen G. Very much need to see them try to pick this one up. Jimkin working his way forward. Boombot not going to scout him.
Oh,
Texture makes it back around the opposite side of the wall and will just slide in over here.
Mana
to A.
dia bodoh, dia pergi dating lama sangat lah.
4-1 stack essentially for Gen G. But RRQ's making good reads. With Jemkin getting that space for free, not being identified by Texture. Just saw a player. Cushy spotted. That Tejo might give away enough here for Gen G to start going for these moves, but look at Xfero.
Watching this lurk. Heron, however,
Ugh.
spot with the double face. They're able to go ahead and take him down. So kill is found. Texture now playing dodge. The player is just shifting away from RRQ, waiting for some reinforcements to join in here on this A site. Which RRQ know that for the moment is secure. By the
Ah.
She takes a forward space, ends up getting taken down. Jemkin riding the rope. He's able to trade one back there.
Oh, nice.
Up, finds another headshot, a third kill for him, but
Ah.
Texture will pick
Dapat
up a
3K.
3K. Spike never planted. Gen G 2 for 2 in pistols, and now
Anti.
That's brutal for RRQ. Looks like they might be able to fight their way back. Some trickery on the ropes, but a great haunt again. Ash has come in very, very big with some of this fade util to set up his other teammates. Jemkin there. Oh, that second was nasty right out of the air to get Karan.
Apa gabunya perempuan ni?
Texture back to what we saw in the first half of this map. Crisp, clean, has to be all classics for RRQ. Not able to get the plant down, not able to get a little extra cash. Maybe buy a sheriff or two or something, but Munchkin gonna have that judge holding right around the B door. And instead, RRQ is gonna be dodging a lot of this, but a little bit of contact off of a prowler prompts Karan to get his flash. Oh, he took a bunch of damage there.
Yeah, down to 72, I think. The rest
Feel
of it
good.
decay. He's now going to be sent. Gen G just throwing some delay util. There's Texture peeking out from stairs, able to find one. Ash crossfire set up from the baby door.
Nice.
Finds money yet.
Mati, mati.
Scouting a little bit more as Texture continuing to push forward. Finds Xfero. Karan just
Nice.
across. Spectre in hand.
Nice.
Finds
Wow,
him.
Spectre kan kayak
3K back to back for Texture.
Nice.
Phantom ya rasanya.
So one charge away from a showstopper as we go into Gen G's bonus here in the second half. It's now 18-7-1.
This is extremely concerning for RRQ because, believe it or not, defender side is actually one of the better sides of this map for Gen G. Like, they generally go positive. Like, at worst, they're going even on their defender side in a lot of their matches. Even in, like, in the loss, the last loss they had, which was against T1 in the lower finals last stage. Like, or excuse me, yeah, last stage. Like, they went 6-6 on their defender side. So, like, this is really painful for RRQ. This is a really stalwart Gen G team. Yeah.
Wall falls. So too does Jemkin, cut in half by the judge. Karan.
Ih.
Wow. Just snaps in for it. Sheer wall raised. Spike on the opposite side of it, and a snake bite there to defend. RQ is going to have to save the two weapons that they still have in hand. You would suspect.
6.
Strafing forward, does manage to come away with a kill. Picks one off, but Gen G are going to be too bothered by it whatsoever. See if they try to still make a go of this.
It's definitely not going to be easy.
Weapon upgrade there available for Crazy Guy, but doesn't want to make the noise.
Yep.
Mati nih.
Karan seems to be reading it perfectly, but doesn't get the shot perfectly.
Gimana cara
White
dapatnya?
swings out,
Coba.
Crazy Guy able to find that kill, but 25 seconds. Unless they want to start sprinting into B, this round is already over.
Not much else to do. Just hold the angles at this point for both teams. I mean, again, you know, Gen G just so aggressive. Gets right up behind that toxic screen initially with a judge and punishes Jemkin. Just trying to gain a little bit of space. Ash? Ooh, close. Saw him, but Crazy Guy, I don't think, going to give him the opportunity. That should be on to the next round, and it's another bonus conversion for Gen G. I mean, they are just monstrous here on this map. They have been really, really good so far this year. Other than their one loss to T1, it's been their map. RQ, some ideas there on that defender side, but it's probably too little too late now.
Dimensional drift, the only real thing to speak of here. As Gen G just setting out a C's and 8 combination. Showstopper in hand here, protects
Hey!
forward, getting caught off guard.
Huh?
Crazy guy finds 2, Chemkin finds
Oh,
another.
wait.
Suddenly,
What?
Gen G are on the back foot in a major way. 2 players versus 5, weapons upgraded. RQ looking right as rain. What
How?
just happened?
I don't know. I mean, Foxy9 just walks into the site, gets
Nanti.
taken down. I think his Munchkin here, no reason to try to do much else. Maybe you want to get those orbs. That's about all you really can do at this point. This round is door shut. Move on to the next. And that was strange. I mean, Texture never even pulled the showstopper. I mean, I get it. Some of them were on an eco, but they carried some guns over. I think it's worth going showstopper there. I mean, just end the map. Do some emotional damage to this RRQ squad. Get into Icebox as fast as possible. Instead,
This is a replay round. This is a round that we need to see the replay. Is what I mean to say.
yeah, I agree.
Not like a replay round where we have to replay the round. We're not in it. We're gonna keep moving forward here. But what happened is my question.
Bunch of Tejo util, breach util, yeah.
Oh!
Clean shots off that.
Oh,
I mean, just TP in from behind from Jemkin.
Yeah.
Just counteracts the attempted crunch play here from Gen G.
Yeah. It's really well set up. Trap the player in the
Ice.
corner, hit some good classic shots. Oh well, says Gen G. We've got enough for an operator already anyway to Noden. Plus we have a showstopper. Still Jemkin though with his ult. Let's see what they can do off the back of that. He's gonna let loose with his TP over towards the B site. A little bit of spam early, but no pressure from the side of RRQ towards Rubble. Here we go. Dimensional drift in play. Actually, TP's right off the rip with it. Throws out another one. He's gonna go see what's going on over towards C. Maybe set up the team for a big hit.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Never checked behind.
Yep.
Nice.
Ah.
Immediately put him down. Similar scenes here for Monyet.
Nice
Carolina's
one.
up and over the top. As the bound forward.
Oh.
The double check. And the cool guys do not look at explosions.
Ooh.
Texture just faces away.
Dia agak delay ya.
Knows that he's got expired dead to rights.
That was nice though.
Nothing left to do but try to save.
Matiin. Aduh, pusing.
Kenapa aku delay?
Tough spot to be in, and the orb pickup is just kind of given.
Why I'm delay, man?
I don't know lah.
I mean, you're stuck.
Ya, nah betul. Bolos aja.
Just holding with an op over towards your spawn.
Corona itu kemarin aku ngeliat kamu live.
Gotta be a bit careful here, Texture though. Don't want to drop this operator.
Kemarin aku ngeliat ada yang live namanya Corona itu kalau nggak salah.
Hey!
Hey!
It's a follow-up shot. Okay, crazy guy with a nice headshot.
What happened?
Are they sprinting in for a plan? I think it's just sprint to get in behind Rubble here. Surely.
Dia tu dia dari fuck dia lah.
Trying to make a go of this? Cushy looking for a flank. Well, the time's just not there either way, so she maybe get some plant money, but Karen is just gonna say no. Denies that away.
Kesian mak dia.
Bomb is scooped up by Munchkin,
Nice.
so they're able to go ahead.
Oh, nyobain di warnet, pantesan.
12 to 5.
Kemarin kayak ngeliat ada suka dia nge-live.
Smooth sailing.
Anjay, lulus di santai.
Recover the op, it looks like. So all's well that ends well for Gen G there. Nice little up and over for Karan. Got Texture.
Apa nih lulus apa nih? Lulus sekolah, kuliah kah?
The operator, but
Pantesan warnet.
just all over the map for Gen G, being so proactive,
Aduh, kayak dari kiwas tengok.
punishing RRQ, and RRQ's gonna pull up their last time out. Again, punishing RRQ, and RRQ's gonna pull up their
Oh,
last stability than anything.
mantap.
I mean, look, this team could go
Udah lah, nyantai lah, nikmati dulu lah sebulan.
but you wanna make sure that they're not getting too down on themselves. Get a couple wins here.
Udah lulus, nyobain lah.
Fox feeling better.
Nikmati waktumu sibuk-sibuk kuliah.
Just a quick little pump of the brakes. Make sure
Warnet kayak apa, nge-live kayak apa, lakukan semua yang Anda mau.
before this map comes to a conclusion. Or they run back 7 in a row.
Karena aku juga gitu sih, kalau udah kerja nikmatin dulu waktu me time, quality time sendiri.
Could do it.
Aman aja. Nice.
Kind of suspect that it's going to be the former though.
Tiger Nation. Berarti tinggal nunggu wisudaan kan?
Spur them onward here.
Pada wisuda.
And beyond. Spur them onward here.
Absolutely.
And beyond.
Ya. Apa nih loading?
I mean, nobody wants to go up against this Gen G team. They're so good. They're on point, especially, like, obviously you know the fragging power of this team, but, you know, as they've been progressing this year with these new players, the coordination, the reads have been looking better and better and better. Munchkin is finding his groove again. I mean, it just...
Belum panas ini ini.
When spring rolls around, that's when Munchkin wakes up out of his hibernation.
Spring rolls.
Gila 29-1. Tekstur.
Really good right now.
Yep. Well, texture this time.
Nice. Oh,
Nice.
okay.
Cannot get away with the blast. At the same time, Jemkin over outside Rubble here. Finds the headshot on to Ash.
Eh,
Get
jengkit.
one.
On the hunt.
Get one.
With
Get
some
one,
shots.
Karen.
It looks like both players widely going to be going their separate ways. C-Site still targeted here.
Get one,
The side
Munchkin.
of our
Let's go, Munchkin.
Munchkin.
Let's go, Munchkin.
Behind the
Nice,
box is under-
nice.
Absolutely unexpected.
Ay.
And absolutely
One more.
unpunished. Two
One
kills
more.
down, two players remaining to the side of
Nggak
our
nyangka dikit.
Bushy and Monyet
Hey.
facing
Okay.
back in, a bit of damage suffered here. He looks for more.
Nice.
Dodges the stun, finds the third.
Nice.
Will be taken
Andy.
down. Seems like
Andy.
3K is all that
Andy.
anyone's going to get on the side of
It's okay.
Gen G
It's
for this
okay.
map.
2v1. 2v1.
Double stack here at B main. Monyet asked to clutch this out.
Oh, kedengeran ya?
They moving over towards B here pretty quick. Are they gonna stack together is the big question. Yep. Here we go.
Ya.
And there you go. This will just
Open.
count him down 13 to 5. A
Enti
dominant
RQ
showing
enti.
on their
Map
map
2 yuk, map 2, map 2.
Swiftly dispatching RQ and taking that first step.
Let's go, map
Big
2.
first seed into the
Langsung
grand
menang. Let's go.
Nggak ada. 21 ini.
Ada.
21. 21,
2-0.
21. 21.
Let's go.
21,
2-0. Let's go.
21. Mana ini? Aku butuh suara. Ini, apa ini?
Textures
Hmm?
absolutely crying. Not offense
Hari ini ya?
backline doing multi-kill roles. Everybody look at Shark.
Gimana? Oh, background musicnya.
Entries.
What's name?
So, what else can you say?
Kok
This
nggak
team
play?
looks right of.
Transition. Oke. Kita ganti dulu.
is a map where they have put that on display. Regularity, it's always one of those things Jim can go crazy on. But they're going to be sure. If they want to extend this to that third and final map, I'll just put them down. Get right to go ahead and pass things back over to the analyst. That's to break down the action.
Nasi kulit kepala tuh di mana?
Big time here, and Gen G, you guys called it. They're really close.
Oh my god, I'm shocked. What is it?
I just went to the mid. I mean, especially when you go down so heavy, the stones, everyone like the last bit of that hog, but it's not enough. And I mean, you go to left, one of my budget's already so strong. Both pistols, and I mean, your chances of coming out with the win are behind you. But I like that texture screaming. All this time, he was just screaming for joy. So he screamed for joy.
You can do it, Chan.
Bring down a bit.
Oke, bukan ini.
Ya weh. Mata dia bulat.
Ini aja. Eh.
Ni aku tu adik dia. Abang. Bukan adik ke? Lupa. Bro nak alone tu.
Salah dia nggak ngincer. Nih langsung keluar nih.
Oh Dila. Sayang dia. Aku nak menangis lah tengok. Sumpah nak menangis tengok.
Salah wae. Satu kesalahan gua kan mau skill. Ini kesalahan apa sih? Orang kenal skill. Konyol banget. That nice. Okay. That looks good. Okay. Okay. Udah main lagi ya? Oh, belum. Nanti airbrush. Where is my airbrush? This one?
Terus datang wih boyfriend dia.
Jadinya satu anjing banget udah kayak gitu. Kita cobain deh ya. Let's try. Udah main kah? Lah, udah main lagi. Sabar guys, udah main guys.
Here. You gotta pick it up behind this duelist. Because Genji
Aku mau
not
nonton
gonna give you great
lagi.
opportunities in those situations. Texter took a bunch of damage off the rip there. Still gonna push forward. Look at this, they're expecting this. Arrach's kind of ready.
Reading this incredibly
Baru
well, he
mungkin.
should be dead to rights, and he will be. Does still get a good amount of damage across.
Menang lah.
Potentially an easy trade back.
Icebox.
Jimkin. But for now,
Tumben dia mau main di Icebox.
player advantage. And 0 point is going to be spotting out Karan. And RQ will start shifting their way back across towards this A site where it's only Munchkin to try to hold the line.
Yeah, even though we've only seen one map from Genji of Icebox, see RQ being really diligent on this pistol round. Make sure that this one over the line, but Munchkin on the timing.
Well, kalau Munchkin lebih sabar dapat.
Sumpah yang apa nih suka.
Needed here from the side of Genji. They will start pivoting across.
30 seconds left.
3v5. Retake.
Siapa yang nembak tuh?
Say the least. Had a little bit of util here and there, but not much. Just really Ash. Gonna have some available. As the stun, salvos will come online. Jemkin really weak.
Staying planted here in this forward position. Right up and over the top here from Karan, but the question is, does he look down? Because Jemkin is looking up. Push forward, Foxy9 not ready for it. Jemkin still able to come up with one. Karan turns back, finds him on
Nice, Jemkin.
the previously tagged up Jet. So just the one casualty, RQ. They will find their first pistol of this set. Go ahead and take the opening round here on Icebox.
Yes, it's a tremendous effort here by RRQ. Some good reads early, expecting aggression somewhere on the map, and find their man.
Ay.
Take texture down, and then Munchkin there trying to find that timing where he can sneak in, get a freebie, and get out, but they've got a player up on belts already, and I think maybe more players than Munchkin's expecting in that scenario. He pays the price. The heavy stack after losing texture is still on B for Gen G, so they weren't anticipating a re-rotate, especially with the 0 point being invested
Yeah.
from RRQ. So, change of ideas could change a util, Jemkin. Ooh. Has to play for it, but Salvos now trying to box Karan in to see if they can grab this orb. Scale a little bit further forward. Karan does have that share.
Koron ini menang. Koron siapa yang menang ya? Satu.
Going forward.
Hindi may mortality ka
Shot
picture.
punch is going out, and that's going to be Foxy Ash taken down.
Dikit lagi.
I'm finding one.
Dia macam mana kata memang tak yang suka pitching. Kau datang sini untuk belajar apa yang terjadi lepas.
These fake back for a
Itu
moment.
ke apa?
They do end
Apa
up
family dia punya pitcher?
Like where they've got Xferal watching for these rotations.
Apa yang bertukar?
Munchkin just one tap away from being taken
Kaya.
down. 26 HP on him. Knows that they've given up any eyes on Tube, so he's concerned about a potential push from Kitchen, but in the end, like it's not really going to matter too much. Swinging out is able to find
Tekstur bisa dapat satu dia, cuy.
two remaining players now as Munchkin somehow does not get hit by that stun. It's a tiny bit of damage across, but cannot find any more
Ay.
animations. Karen will come away with a second.
Nanti.
Decent damage dealt here from the side of Gen G.
Nice one, Arrach.
And they're still going to keep two Vandals, so that's not the end of the round at all. Again, kind of showing us similar ideas. Put some pressure on the B. They get too much resistance. They swing back to the other side of the map, and this time the trap from Gen G is a little bit further back to texture. He just pops around the corner with that classic. Goes for the right
let's
way
go.
run. It's a couple big kills with the sheriff, so the investment, well worth it, I think, for Gen G. It is going to be an outlaw for Jemkin.
Xferal.
That money, and there are three players.
Nggak ada money.
We're going to get one tapped by it. So it's gonna be a little bit tricky for Gen G.
Forward, just around the corner here is Texture. And
Ay.
it's instantaneous with that headshot. Texture's on it today.
That is brutal.
With the Phantom as well. Fates some of this util out from Foxy9.
I like the way they're playing the map, though. On this attacker side, they're being really tricky to read. They're throwing you a lot of different looks, and this time they're going to use the Teho utility. They're not baiting any rotations. Gen G already wising up to this game.
Eh?
Hello?
He spotted him. I tagged him.
Not sure.
Is Texture cheating? Do we need to invest
Oh!
in PC? What is go? We'll have to see that one back in the replay.
I think, like you said, he's just on one.
Either way, Outlaw once again changing hands, finding no value. 0 point confirmed that no one was forward here at B. Foxy still holding deep line from
30
Snowman.
seconds left.
Keeping eyes trained on this one. Time
Ayo!
the corner, but John is just
Down A.
able to hold that. Gets the kill before stun can connect.
Ah.
Texture finds himself a third, and Foxy finds the lurk. Gen G will flawlessly the team bonus round.
I mean, that's really clean. Texture, again, just so fearsome on the front lines. Has full armor, just in case, with that outlaw, but it never is able to find him.
How?
Seems like he just
Oh,
had a
Free Fire ah. Ya.
Had an idea.
Remaining.
Just doing your homework there. Obviously, this map's got a little bit... Just new. Just new. Again, that's preparation, though. Kind of understanding the tendencies of your opponent. Teho utility. Still though, Texture able to grab the ult.
Yeah, had to re-tap it as well, but there's just no player in position to try to find a punish on him. Munchkin at the same time is quite a bit of damage, down to 40 there. Dimensional Drift now at the ready for Texture. Looks like RQ though, gonna slowly drift away. Crazy Guy maybe just trying to keep some interest on this site by sending out the stealth drone while everybody else goes on a bit of a mission across over towards mid. But at the same time, stealth drone moving forward into the garage. Looks at the ping, spots nothing. Gets the other than the surprise, I should say, onto Monty yet.
Yeah, so both teams there trying to figure out what's going on. Drone for drone. Again, Crazy Guy happy to try to sell these fakes. But this time he's actually calling the forces back. Just hasn't met anybody on the other side of this wall, so he says, well, let's try and make a go of it. That's the strong side.
Eventually the call comes in. They say, Texture, go get some information. He's going to be able to spot out 4 players here. Flash is now being sent to just try to go ahead and slow up the approach. The 0 point as well, connecting onto a multitude of players on the side of RRQ. Texture trying to flash himself out onto the finds the cross over to Nesson. Immediately plants his feet to find the kill. Called in, that just pushes Cowan out into the line of sight of 4 players. As Ash will find one, but immediately he's going to backpedal and look to save this weapon. Great round here, great patience from the side of RQ, and also just great shots.
Yeah, it's just this extra little pause they take. You know, Texture goes out into his ult, gets a bunch of information, and then he kind of tries to get ahead of it. And they're just already there on top of Nest when he's swinging that corner. So the flashes don't really matter that he throws out. Gets taken down, and yeah, some good shooting all around from RRQ. Being really tricky on this map right now. They're doing a great job of throwing util in places, keeping Gen G guessing on what exactly the util will mean. And it's going to be in the back of your head, like, when are they going to use that Teho drone to make a fast hit? When are they going to use some of that util from the initiators to catch you off guard, to catch you off balance? So far, these pauses that they've been taking have really been giving Gen G trouble. And, God, that's fast.
Yeah, I mean, had it been the real thing,
Yeah.
would have been dead as quickly as the real thing ended up being, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Been able to turn that.
pops a fake, swings back around, finds the real thing. So there you go.
What timeout?
Timeout call. Nice and early here from the side of Gen G.
Genius on timeout?
This is tough.
Wah.
It's been really tricky for them to get good reads. In this round, they get the read, they understand what's happening, and they still can't stop it. So now you got to try to figure out ways to give yourself better opportunities there when you are getting the good read. You know, find those timings with those flashes. Maybe be a little bit more patient. Wait for them to try to go for the plant before you strike. Situations like that can be tough. You know, you're trying to get ahead of your opponent, you're trying to catch them off guard, and instead it's you who is unaware of exactly what's going down. So I think
Belly bumping.
adorable.
Just
Oh,
nice little drawing. I believe the previous fan sign had said that it was their birthday and they want to see an ace from Texture, but with a win.
ah,
And now the fans, they seemingly have turned to calling him Texture, putting the 4 in instead of the 3 in his name.
Ah.
For Mr. 4K.
texture.
Also, he is tax season.
It is. That's what I've
Pay
been.
up, citizens!
That's what I've been doing the last couple of days.
I just got mine sorted.
Mine are getting sorted. We're working on it. So here you go. Like, this is kind of tough now because is this going to be a fast hit? Looks like it.
I mean, Kara's taken just a ton of
Ooh,
damage.
nice. Hey!
Ash able to find one.
Oh!
Himself a second. Being
What?
He actually gets a turn for the third.
What?
How does Xpero not have him dead to rights? He's going to look for a little bit more. Full flash in. Mine still hits the
Monyet.
headshot.
Oh!
Excuse me?
Dibalas?
One. What is this round?
Ah,
The reel's coming off.
Texture,
Very
Texture.
Last moments as Texture just gets the flank. Otherwise, Monyet had a real opportunity to clutch that one out. So replay right now, please.
God. What in the world happened here? I mean, okay, Jemkin storming forward, never even sees Ash. Ash playing that corner nicely. Oh my God, Xpero. Just got turned on.
Hell of a turn.
Monyet hit some nasty shots in there too, but There's that fast hit that I was wondering about from RRQ. You know, how well prepared was Gen G going to be for that? But it plays right into their hands because of Ash. Texture with an op. Be far forward.
Woo!
They're just strafing together.
Apa hal?
The two players dead. 0 point. Goes deep, hits garage. It doesn't necessarily scout the rest of this, but Texture should have heard the footsteps previously.
Tough angle, especially with the drone there. Yeah.
Should tell them that everybody's clustered up front of green, getting it now over towards yellow. They're on some of the util here, and Texture just has the fake out and gets the peek not yet, trying to slide in behind.
Ace?
The might just be activated now.
Gan ace?
There you go, Texture. Question is, does he actually go for the ace? Does he risk it all?
How much do you want to bet Munchkin is like sit there,
Yes.
don't move? Yeah. This is a decent read, but the alarm bot's there, the nano for Foxy. Should be able to play off of this nicely.
30
Munchkin
seconds left.
already on the hunt. Munchkin wants to try to get involved here. And they're getting a pretty quick read. Okay. Went over towards A. Let's see what we can do. I mean, crazy guy, the money's not great, so he'd appreciate just the opportunity to save.
RQ faithful. Probably cover himself as well.
Ditemenin Texture masuk ke Vanda.
Sprinting to try to find Texture to beckon the ace curse. They've given him the gun, but I hear the scream already. It's a gift that keeps on
It really is. We don't even need to hear it. You can just see it. And it's in your brain. You know what he's saying.
Yeah.
That's it.
Slight delay as far as like what's happening on stage to what we see and what the audience sees. And I can hear him screaming. Oh, it's so good.
He wants it still. I mean, I love how he just, curse be damned.
Yeah.
He wants his ace.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that.
It's a shame that his sorrow is our happiness.
True.
When it comes to these aces.
Ooh, Sully elbow.
Bottom to one. And ooh, that might
Nice. Ay.
Crazy guy got the dink through the corner.
Ay. Ay. Ay.
Nice.
Low banget crazy guy.
Nice.
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 Finds it this time. Texture doesn't
Like that, man.
Teksturnya belum.
find themselves in the lead by 1 round.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Gen G's
Stop.
doing.
Stop.
You can absorb a little bit of this pressure. The op there gives you a lot of map control. So as RRQ, if you're not able to deal with that, you've got to win these fights on site. That's great timing there from Ash again. He has been so sharp today. Foxy9 looking great there, holding back screens. But the thing I like about these last couple
Tapi aku pengen lihat finalnya Genji sama PRX.
forward the previous round, he gets the collat, whatever. And then you just
Aku melihat tekstur dengan per second.
you force RRQ's hands. Let them show what they're really going to do. And then you let them overplay. You let them force themselves into positions where they're trying to set up for post plants and you can punish. You do a really nice job.
That was avoided. Crazy guy not jiggling out too wide here. As for now, Texture calibrating the angle. Not yet. It's closer and closer. Texture almost swung out. The gun barrel had been spotted. It may have just been.
Looks like it's me.
Stealth drone, however, wisely going to be sent here from Ash. As up the nose, Texture cannot readjust.
Monyet gak dapet.
Jemkin at the ready with the knives. Needing to find some solid impact, but Foxy9 similarly prepped, has the lockdown, sends it immediately in behind the screens. Can they clear it out? Normageddon's going to have to fight their way forward here. Munchkin and Karan are holding the line. Jemkin, however, carving up two, but now is at risk of being detained, and he's got nowhere to go. The swoop around the back, the easiest headshot in the world for Ash, as Cushy similarly
Kushi dapet ya?
tucks back, 0 point, narrows down his possible position. The fragment lands right at his feet. Headshot, however, right between the eyes. Just managed to find one. Needs to be so
Ay!
clean.
Nice
Quite
one,
get
nice
it done.
one.
5-3, Gen G. Continuing forward, now cash aplenty, op still retained, and ult's behind as well.
Yeah, phenomenal preparation here by Gen G. Just
Aku
knowing the
delay.
situation there with the Blade Storm in hand. They're gonna
Ya,
have
kamu
to
nggak
push
delay.
this lockdown. They're gonna have to clear it. And okay.
Oh, nice. Gila itu.
But the Blades aren't gonna
Ah.
clear that lockdown. So you can just play contain on Jemkin. There's nothing he can do. That's so well thought out. And yeah,
Time out anarchy.
time out here. Gonna come for RRQ to try to figure this out. Things starting to slide in the wrong direction again. Gen G just, I mean, they're such a fearsome opponent. You've only seen this map once from them. Just again, sure.
Yeah, for anybody who didn't know, it was based on a real thing.
It is a real, yep.
This was an event that occurred outside of the venue last year.
Oh, ooh. I mean, wrong jersey, but ooh.
Yeah, you gotta get a little bit of it.
Yeah, it's still a sick picture.
The Foxy Nine has looked very much at home.
Yep.
And it, you know, highlighted before.
Oh, Fox itu dia. Ada di
Played there
Arrach.
on that Lotus, so now
Yeah.
100 on this icebox. And you have to consider that the man's been on and off the bench.
Yep.
In the teams that he's been on. It would have been way higher, achieved way sooner had he been able to find his footing, but it seems like Gen G,
besok VRX main.
they've worked their
Minggu
magic
depan VRX kawan.
to really get
Hari
Foxy
ini
Nine
kah?
in such a
Besok.
fantastic stable position.
Hari
You
ini.
gotta, you gotta
Besok.
appreciate his mental. Like, that he just
Hari
comes back and
ini.
Hari ini apa besok?
Hari ini.
Tapi besok langsung final.
back in,
Tak tahu.
Pak,
and he looks better than ever.
mau?
For Gen G.
Oh iya bener VRX main.
A credit to everybody on the team.
Wah, besok siapa yang main final langsung?
Difficult situations like that, and still come
Kan
through.
kalau yang ni yang kalah akan lawan dengan yang menang nanti.
Iya.
He's got a tough task here.
Tapi
Ini semifinal.
berarti Sabtu ya
Basically,
final.
everyone here gets concussed, so
Stunned up.
Hari ini
Eh.
Jumat.
Still managed to
Besok
find the spring
Sabtu.
right through the corner of the
Sekarang Jumat ya? Allahu Akbar.
Slides back, turn obviously not
Kamu
gonna
kenapa?
Berarti besok Sabtu satu orang,
very well made.
Minggu satu gitu ya.
King out comes through.
Maybe habis minggu ni. Or minggu depan. I don't know.
Habis minggu nih lah.
The deepest
Kalau kayak gitu, Sabtu Minggu habis
in
nih.
order for this to bear any fruit whatsoever. Jemkin finding the first.
I don't know yet.
A couple shots came through.
I know yet.
Dropped out Foxy
I know, I
9,
know.
finding 3. One yet,
Wow.
Foxy 9.
Sila dapat
Up for
4.
the ace.
Oh see.
Back around the corner, and
Let's
once
go
again, Sprout
ace.
is just far too late. The team
Okay, next
cannot
time.
hold as Foxy rips them limb from limb.
just love the timing here from Gen G. I liked the ideas from RRQ, Monyet in particular, with the way that toxic screen was placed. I thought this was a cool little trap he had set up. He gets Munchkin, and then Karan can't follow up on this. You can see him spamming through, but with two different walls in the way.
Ada yang loncat lagi segala.
Tonight is just like, look out!
Oh,
I'm dropping disgusting through the box. Absolutely ridiculous.
Texture likely saying, see, doesn't feel good, does it? Not getting the ace.
How do you like it? Making fun of me. I don't think know that
Yeah.
Nano was there, but didn't get cleared. Oh well, just a little bit of damage to the regen shield. So
Well, this time Foxy not in pole position, but swoops
Oh.
forward and does get counter sprayed out by
Okay,
Jemkin, but
auntie.
Munchkin similarly open by 2. Has managed to find the jet, so 1 for 1 in that regard. Armageddon at the ready here.
Siapa yang pakai
Crazy
Yoru?
guy is diminished
Texture.
surface is going to be sent texture. Trying to spot out where possible. Armageddon just going to be used on a timing here. Fragment on the corner.
Nice.
Monyet on the floor.
Nice gila.
Pop flash is sent, just looking to try to keep
And
them.
Karam diffuse.
There's the fragment.
Nice.
Nice.
Free peek is there, and the defuse has been stuck this entire damn time.
Nice one. Nice one.
it's brilliant.
6 in a row.
It
For the
was
side of
good.
Gen G.
The way that Texture plays that is just too damn good. I mean, the timing here gets tucked in behind yellow. Can find the space off the back of the fragment. Gets the first kill, throws out a couple flashes. Surrey misses one, but that's opened up the space for the rest of the team to come through. Stick the defuse. Munchkin able to put that fragment of his own in a great position to not only get the kill, but to cover the defuse. God, they look so good right now. Gen G is just so well drilled. Their protocols are near immaculate. Solo has got this team functioning at such a high level. And look at all this space they've taken at A. It's a bit of a weaker buy for RRQ. Guardian Bulldog, still pretty fearsome firepower at the back of it. Foxy 9, hello.
No!
I'll put over the top. Yeah, a little bit of slip of the wheel there.
Oh, ada
Saw him
dia
look away.
tukar future dia lah. Nanti
I think he
Might have
was
been a
ayah dia
glimpse over towards the
macam
mini-map. Either way, Gem
ada
able to go
dengan
ahead and get the
kawan-kawan ayah dia
capitalization there. RQ,
in future.
nice, swift
Dia
early
macam tak
plan.
berpecah lah.
Good opportunity
oh,
to try to stop
Oh!
the streak, and Xfero
What
gets a
the
very nice
fuck?
transfer.
Xfero.
Crazy
Okay,
guy had to
nice.
take it down previously. Munchkin able to go ahead.
Nice.
Hey!
Dislocate the lurk. Now Jemkin gone. Suddenly we're into a 2v2, but the target's going to
2v2?
be working against Gen G. The flash going to be sent. Good timing going to be sought there. Is
Not
Kushi looking for a little bit
90.
more.
Nice
Be able to get the
one!
Final kill. RQ pick up a 4th round win by the skin of their teeth.
Last round before the switch.
oh boy. They really needed that one. That's for sure. Just a little bit of an off moment there for Foxy. He didn't hear the upstrap, not sure. He didn't think it'd be there. This time Xfero on the lurk, finding the value that he couldn't previously. Cushy.
Tup, tup, tup,
where he
tup,
needs
tup,
to
tup.
be to get that
Tap,
round
tap,
over
tap,
the
tap, tap,
line.
tap, 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 tap.
Just the Viper's Pit for Karan. The only ult so far, I mean, maybe Jemkin gets into the blades and it makes a difference. You could get to the lockdown as well for Foxy. Other than that, the ults won't be too in play. Might as well, I guess.
I mean, it's widely. You can also play playing deny. There's too many ults
For sure.
critically ready to come online.
Playing mind games as well. Maybe you think it's the Killjoy or
Boh
something.
Dila,
trying to get close to the
1.5 lagi
lockdown.
episod. 1.5 lagi Dila.
Up and over the top, Munchkin. Not asleep. Finds one, but it's gonna get
NT.
timings. Not a reading. Jemkin's
Timing,
position.
timing.
Caught trying to bring out that fragment. Jemkin dashing in.
Ya,
Met with a flash.
makan.
I think that was
Huh?
Cushy's flash.
Snakebite does get banked in. Crazy guy eating
Apa?
quite a bit of damage. Keeps himself alive for now.
Makan.
Yes, it will.
Nice. Nice.
Get down,
Tapi
up and over the
ada
top. Vortex.
NT.
Cushy able to find one. Foxy going to be eliminated. His pick is dropping.
Nice.
Pushing forward. He's able to find the enemy jet. Still
Di-
there.
Dila.
Nice.
Hey! Outside.
Agak delay.
Dropped all on texture. And the time is just not going to be on his side at all. Brings forward, spots one.
Kamu delay.
Finds the headshot,
Ya, tadi aku errornya.
finds another. And Xfero's just not falling for it. Says, yeah, I know that I've won this one. Mr. Fork,
Nice, nice, nice. Let's go 2-0 guys.
But it is going to be our
We're gonna watch PRS
They
next.
look, I mean, Texture looks great today.
been on point. A couple moments scattered throughout here, though, for the side of RQ, but I mean, you know, no other way to put it. They need to have a better performance on the defense than what Gen G was just able to do. Sure, picture now with this Yoru, chance to cause all kinds of chaos on the attack.
I really am loving the way that Texture has been getting more comfortable with Yoru as the years go on. I mean, we finally get to see him play it. He looked a little rough, frankly, the first time we saw it, but you can't hold him back. Speaking of holding back,
Tough question. Do you dislike the team that regularly beats you, we'll say, and have gotten the one win, or do you hate the one that didn't beat Gen G, so now you have to play the team that always beats you?
for me, it's an easy choice. It's Gen G.
Yeah, probably.
Let's go with Texture. I'm scared.
Time to break the ace curse.
Yeah,
I think business as usual is probably going to be the strategy for Gen G fans.
yeah. They're happy with the 4Ks. He can get as many of those as he wants.
Yep.
No aces, please. It's almost like, oh, hold on.
Ay.
Okay.
Ah!
Arrow just trying to play off the turret, but double face into mid. Gen G just strong-eyed understanding of what this pistol default setup is going to be from RRQ.
You see this all the time on this map, where that turret's going to be there on top of the boiler.
Very
Because it gives you so much
good.
information. If teams want to cross underneath the tube or to the tube, it's a nice, safer
Eesh.
spot for it. And Gen G has an answer right out the rip. Sparrow trying to play with his turret and instead just pays the price. Sheriffs, something that we know that this, Gen G, no matter what the iteration of it is, what players are on it, they love the Sheriffs. Ooh,
Nice.
so does
Oh,
Jessica.
I was
oh,
gonna say,
Inti.
Jemkin's right there with him. Good kill to go ahead and pick off Munchkin. Flashes fragment for post plant now going to be taken away from him. One flash still in the hands here for Cushing.
Ah.
Jemkin looking for a little bit more. But beyond that
Nice.
range. Needs a bit of damage down to 50, but comes away with the shot of the ghost. Crazy guy nearly spammed out. Essentially
Nice.
Texture.
23.
Now it is Monyet still just making his way over.
Go monyet.
Two players
Everyone,
full
guys.
HP. Needs the shots to be
Do
crisp,
not
but they know
throw.
his position now. And will speed. Picked apart there at the end. 3-1 in pistols now overall. Gen G not allowing for RQ to get on the fast track back into this map.
That's just such a tough one to give up.
Kayaknya lebih menegangkan game PRX dan DRX deh.
Oh, man, Foxy.
Clears the turret, clears the player.
That's as good as it gets in that situation. Jemkin quick, or excuse me, Texture quick. After Jemkin had fallen.
I mean, it's Genji though.
Foxy, still very solid. Just in cruise control, let's go. Yep, getting that pistol win after going positive on your defender
Well,
side.
hey, these shares are going pretty well. Let's just run through them.
Why not?
So Bulldog, Phantom, 3 sheriffs. Odd change up here for the side of Gen G.
If you win this though,
Sebelumnya Genji lawan DRX gak sih?
you're coming into that bonus with all rivals potentially.
Sebelumnya Genji lawan DRX gak?
Working their way in towards the stack side.
Nope.
There's the TP back towards A though, so this all may just be kind of checking. Although around the yellow box,
They suspect this many on the back of yellow. But she's above. Really just Jemkin being noted so far. Clears one. Jemkin on the peak, able to find another. Texture, eyes.
Ay!
The top. And
Oh,
transfer
that's
down
so
for a
nice.
second. Jemkin will similarly come away with another elimination so far. Weapons are scooped up. Just two sheriffs left here for the moment.
Ini nggak ada senjata banget.
Crazy guy in position. Salvos to potentially delay. Does help the stealth drone as well.
just waiting for Foxy to get there before they try to make a move. Jemkin's gonna use the wall to thought about crossing, then saw the Salvos and it's like, no, you know what?
Salvos all over the damn place.
30 seconds left.
Use them while you got them. Jemkin trying to swoop out.
Eh.
It's a headshot.
Eh.
A bit more. Jemkin finds himself a third.
Ash,
Bulldog does get picked up, so far.
are you good,
The
man?
two weapons, the 2 rifles
Oh, Ace.
carried in here from Gen G.
One enemy remaining.
Karan will find Crazy Guy.
Nice.
Just Jemkin, the
Eh?
difference maker. He's on for an ace with this now.
No
Get
way.
it?
Gun. But they've all been traded away from him in the turret around
Ah.
the corner. He hits the headshot,
Nice.
but the turret almost certainly would have been
Headshot takinya itu loh, gila pakai karasik loh.
As modern
Nice
as it is, does
one.
get dealt. Jemkin, one away from having the knives online. He's now plus 10 over his closest teammate on the scoreboard.
This is just a ridiculous round.
By the RQ bundle.
No kidding. That is some of the best classic stuff you will ever see. And that is outrageously good. What a
I'm back, halo Repiki.
again for Gen G.
Oh sedang nonton dulu ini.
Not ideal, but you still
Jadi ini baru ngegambar lagi.
He gets those kills. He's got a glass cannon operator.
they know their win con. This is what worked for them in Lotus. Get to that operator early.
Do they read this right now? The answer is looking like they do not.
Yeah.
No!
It's the shot. Munchkin,
Oh,
the one to take the fall.
What is that? Aku baru udah melihat.
Textures.
Ooh!
Just strafing out into the open.
what?
Foxy
Hi.
open up this A side a little
Okay,
bit,
49.
finds a kill, and it seems like that's more than enough for Gen G to make the call to pivot.
I mean, what the fuck is that, Jemkin?
Oh yeah. You don't want to mess with that operator, but Jemkin's wasting no time trying to get over towards A. Gotta cut off the vision. But Karan, where is that poison cloud placed? It's going past screens here. Untenable. An operator there. Yep, use those salvos to clear.
Great vantage.
Oh, nice.
First Sparrow there, double
Nice.
the angle.
Down A.
Drops the spike now here.
Yo.
Foxy will be taken out.
Orang-orang pada ngerti OP ya.
Closing out the anti-bonus, but it doesn't even appear bonus for the side of Gen G because Karan forced down. He's gonna come in. Not much money to speak of here.
So there's gonna be a lot of stingers. Kinda some
Oh, oh bang.
weird decisions there, but maybe not anticipating that with the first one. I get it, but the second one, that's a little bit of an overheat from texture, you could say, I suppose. Guardian, some stingers, classic for Karan. Do have textures ult, so who knows? Maybe if you find an opening pick. Munchkin, hello.
He's just eating damage from below.
Siapa yang mati?
That'd have been Valen, he would have been dead.
Yeah,
But
got
he
it.
does manage to take him down to about half HP. Crazy guy just going to be dropping off the screen there. Some aggressive forward positioning taken from Gen.G. They pump the brakes,
Ah!
they look to hit the go button. Jemkin going to be finished off as the salvo.
Eh?
Collide.
Eh?
Going to be picking up one apiece, but so too do Foxy and Karan. Now suddenly it's a player
Nice one,
advantage
guys.
for Gen.G. 4 left in the mag. Foxy can drop down, goes for the reload, and Xpero quickly drags across to find the headshot. Even Karan now on the floor.
Nice punya.
Dead. The call on Foxy goes up and over the top.
Nice.
Finds the first alarm bot going to be set up.
Monyet.
By Monyet.
Okay, Foxy, you good.
Slow and methodical. Spotting nothing here for the moment. The tap
Hey!
over the top goes Monyet.
Nice.
Standing will fall. That is a Red Bull clutch for Foxy 9. His 10th in Pacific. As Gen.G
Foxy, you
will
good,
find
you
their
good,
10th round
ah.
on the map.
This is scrappy as heck, but Gen.G's flashes are so good at the back of sight. They break things.
Oh, ya sih.
See a lot of
Emang bolos 4 kali,
disrespect. The Viper
sekalinya bolos ketinggalan banyak.
this go in the way of Karan, but
Makanya guys, jangan bolos guys, gak boleh guys.
when Gen.G needs him, and that's his 10th clutch in his VCT Pacific career. And now Jemkin only has the Blaze and a Stinger. Looks like full rifles for Gen.G. Yeah,
No, never mind.
what's up?
Oh, I just mean, you know, he's played 100 maps. He's got 100 clutches.
So he's
So he's putting up quite a bit of clutches as far as
pretty good.
maps played.
Yeah, pretty good percentage there. Yeah, that has Gen.G thinking different ideas. That's a lot of map control though for RRQ. The drone. Not gonna see a ton, but they know the space is clear, so
Spot on the rear end of the turret. That's not going to do too much.
negative information though. Still nice for RRQ to know where they can take space and how they want to position their pieces. They're just gonna leave Jemkin there.
Nice.
Great readjust one yet. It's a
Okay.
little bit of damage in reply. One shot really suffered as Nano Swarms widely going to be fun to the regen shield here from Karan.
Dead.
A little wider angle chance to find the one shot, but
Okay.
there to trade for his teammates. It's been an advantageous
Iyalah, bener kan?
What?
into the head.
Kok pro player tuh beda banget sama streamer.
59.
Cara mainnya beda. Oh,
Closes out the double face.
nice.
Will be Foxy coming away with one. And in the end, RRQ
Ini masalahnya guys. Bedanya tuh pacar aku dukung Gen.G, bener lagi.
shortened a bit. 3 rounds separating.
That's huge for them.
Of course lah,
That keeps
Gen.G
their economy
texture,
in stable
man.
condition.
Tekstur doang kamu suka.
Genji's does not.
Yeah,
Nah,
if
aku
one
suka
player's
mau
got
pasti
some money, but
masking.
Aja.
it is a little off balance for sure. Oh yes, but it's that early map control that you're able to take off the back of Jemkin's aggressive play that makes it so tricky for Gen.G. So many angles you have to worry about.
Damn, texture so good,
Great timing
man.
on
Aku
that
yakin
shot
kamu
from
paling
Jemkin.
tahunya tekstur doang yang paling tahu.
So it is
Enggak,
gonna
aku
be
tahu semua Foxy Ash,
a
Karen,
hero
masking.
rifle
Aku tengok
for
semua.
textures.
Tengok semua dari mana?
Bolts to work with. Still have
Dari
the
dulu
dimensional
lah.
drift. Yeah,
Holy, that's smooth ya.
don't want to go too much further forward.
Enggak, kan aku
Get
kan
some info. See Jemkin's there. You
mati
go to the other
apa
side.
ya? Aku
I don't
kan
blame you.
spend time masa aku untuk tengok
I wouldn't want
VCT
that
je.
either. That's not fun. God, you have so many ults here.
Tapi nggak pernah dukung laki sih, nggak pernah tengok laki, parah.
The dimensional drift ripped at some point. Especially with the
Parah
fans.
memang.
Just send it.
Dia selalu dukung tim Korea semua, nggak parah sih. Tim saudaranya tuh nggak pernah di ini.
Never mind.
Nice, Arrach. Nice, nyet.
Picked up quickly by Munchkin.
Empty texture.
But dimensional drift, no more.
Wah,
Foxy gonna drop
aku
down.
suka yang
Enggak, cukup tahu sih. Udah.
Had it lined up, but Jimkin just a little bit snappier there. Readjust to find the headshot, and RQ gotten themselves the lurker out of the way. Munchkin right through that wall. Forced back here for the moment by the salvos. Now we'll look to try to go in for the plant.
Spike planted.
Do have the Armageddon. Munchkin with that rifle, trying to buy a little bit of extra time. Here we go.
Di pose maju.
From the side of Crazy Guy, Munchkin able to find the first, finds a second.
No way.
Looking
Nice.
for a little bit more.
Nice.
Able to find Jemkin. Suddenly, the Armageddon does get called. Crazy Guy pushes forward. Takes
Oh,
damage
nice.
And manages
Oh,
to clean up the
empty.
2 kills. Bails them out of the round.
Nanti.
Keeps them afloat. And now that Armageddon's gonna
Okay.
a bridge
Something
too
is
far.
happening.
Gelo banget.
Can't blame him in the moment.
No. I don't mind the play at all. I mean, you've got a real chance to win this round. God, Jemkin. Munchkin here, just an absolute madman. Dropping right down on the site. And he's trying to push the corner. And
Ish.
Ash tries to swing it. Crazy Guy. Yeah, sigh of relief. That was close.
Timeout terus dari
Gen G
Cinci.
knows they're on the verge of a 2-0 win. Up by a couple rounds. I think a
Mana ini ya?
talk about this least. I assume it's Gen G.
Mana dia punya tuh?
Ih, Arrach kah?
Usually would lend itself to thinking that
Iya, yang ada
it is.
Arrach.
RQ are actually sending their second time
Aduh.
out. The final one of this map.
Telat, Mas. Ngapain dulu Mas itu, Mas?
Ada Genji.
Curious.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in that. It's maybe he just saw something he didn't like.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the way they were playing that post plant, you know, kind of feeding over those kills to Texture, maybe, or excuse me, Munchkin being a little bit over aggressive when they don't need to be. Because there was a real window there where Gen G.
Cara menghilangkan rasa kantuk di sini kan, guys.
Oh yeah, I mean if the molly was a little bit more shallow as well, Crazy Guy would be able to get out away from it.
Huwag na uploading.
Well, that what 18 health, something like that.
Yep. It's 18. So okay, I get it. And you know, you can also rely on the fact that if you start doing well, Gen G's likely to take a timeout anyway, so you're still going to have kind of that cushion. But there are 2 duelists here, 20 and 21 kills apiece, going back and forth. That's what you want.
Wonder
This
if honestly
matchup.
it's a call because of these ultimates that are available here from the side of Gen G. The Armageddon's have been used on both sides, which means that these lockdowns are going to have pretty fair reign unless those fragments can really land directly on top.
Yeah, you make a good point. I don't disagree.
For now, site is opened up and the plant is in.
Yeah. Well, now it's a lot tougher for RRQ because the lockdown proficiency is going to be there for Gen G. They're going to use the pit as well.
Texture in deep, out wide. Crazy Guy finds a headshot. The pit in there as we have dueling lockdowns. Cutting across RQ. To tuck back. One player detained. Xpero. Going to be caught there behind the box. Munchkin is now spotting him out, and he is getting spammed to all hell. The push forward strikes now, finds the first, but it's swiftly going to be dealt with. Given the previous damage suffered, Foxy 9 able to find one to defuse. Pulled off.
What the fuck just
The
happened, man?
time ticking is just not going to be there for him. Crazy Guy
Nice.
frantically trying to sprint away, but he
Nice.
cannot do anything to bring this round back to bear. Gen G will lose Foxy on the back end. They still
What the fuck just happened in the
Tahunya kok kuras tuh, iya, sumpah.
they now get up to
What the
11.
fuck just happened?
It's because RRQ has to give up the space.
KJR,
It's that
Nonton kayak gini aku sampai pusing, guys.
Gen G has with the
Yeah.
dimensional drift that buys them
Baik
the
po,
space, and then you
RRQ.
force the lockdown out of
Yoro
RRQ's hands,
RRQ.
and that's exactly what you want as Gen G, because you can then wait a little bit, place your lockdown, and it gives you that extra.
Tapi aku tadi mikir yang defender tuh
setup for the defenses. It gives you the chance to put
Arrach.
first pit,
Yang attacker tuh Arrach.
counteract everything that RRQ wants to do in that retake. Still make a hell of a go of it.
Gemcan up and over,
Mm.
but it's just a target. Rich environment texture.
Nice.
Gate crashes out. Sights over towards belt. Manages to come away with the kill. I liked the anti-flash setup. The dash.
Ya itu makanya
Would've been a style
kalau
play.
profesional mah udah
It's one
udah
that
beda
they're able to get away from.
gameplay.
Yeah, they're again very well drilled. Able to deal with that. I mean, we've seen Jemkin get aggressive towards that position before. Gen G able to dial up an answer this time. we have seen success from Jemkin earlier.
Oh, si so din.
Are they going to be ready for these
Oh,
players
no.
that are tucked right underneath? I mean, they were expecting maybe one on the other
Yung
side.
bawang quality campus.
He's checking shallow, but crazy guy just
Okay.
What are these shots? Munchkin
Nice.
instantaneous with it. No real chance of responses. Sparrow does get noted by the 0 point, just the stinger in hand, and that's going to be the call to pivot. Gen G suspecting that they have drawn all of the attention across the map. And they would be correct.
They even threw a fake TP and a flash.
Main, Repiki, main! Sumpah main Valo.
This is 2v5
Rame banget sumpah main Valo tuh.
for RRQ if they go for it.
Stress.
I mean, the issue is they don't have any money. So maybe just scoop
Kamu
up
stres lah palingan.
try to win 4 in a row to send it to OT. I think that's about your best play, to be honest.
It's the only recourse that they have available
Hah?
to them. A brutal position now to be in here.
Tapi bukannya kamu ada laptop ya?
Gen G have just
Apa laptop yang gak kuat?
absolutely electric today.
And they're just so good, dude. I mean, obviously they're clean with their mechanics, but it's more than that. They make great reads, Lotus especially. They had RQ's number. And here, you know, there was a little bit of kind of difficulty at the beginning for Gen G.
Let's
to get
go,
the reads,
guys.
but
One more round.
once they got their feet underneath them, switch over to the attacker's side. Pretty smooth sailing. Some good adjustments in the middle of the first half.
Alah.
From Gen G, from Solo, really did a nice job of saying, hey, let them
One more
show their
round.
hand first before we start making moves. Mostly, other than Texture, the operator, he's allowed to do what he wants. He's Texture, he's got knob, it's fine. Everybody else, hold back, wait for your moments to strike. God, this Texture waiting way back by spawn by the ramp.
Oh!
Oh, Munchkin!
So damn swift. Well, now, match point here in the hands of Gen G RQ. More
Ish.
opportunities, 4 chances to try to run this back. Immediately going to be invested. Over 410 there on the A site. Trying to really dictate the movements here of Gen G.
Ults to clear that pit, but you have the drone, you have some of the KO utility.
Main Klarnet kalau nggak rap cobain.
But it seems like Gen G just holding back. Worried that, you know, with that pit there, there's going to be some comfort on the A side, so RRQ might think that they can sneak further forward positions towards the B and mid side. They wouldn't be necessarily completely wrong. Crazy guy going to reveal his position though.
Oh!
Pays the price.
Munchkin takes it.
Oh, nice.
Just a smattering of damage suffered here. Munchkin
Ah!
on a war path. Looking to march his
Ntar lah kalau udah libur kuliah cobain.
into that grand final.
Kalau lagi sibuk-sibuknya kuliah jangan dulu.
Corner bottom of yellow here playing. Needing to be the impact maker for the team. Now his position has been spotted up. It's press connecting. Picture with a quick little exit, jumps back away. Swing Jemkin. Able to put the enemy aura down now with 4v4. 3 players on this side. Jemkin eating a bit of damage. Salvo's going to be flying.
Aduh ya. Udah GG.
They shot.
GG.
Enggak.
With the nano swarm, but Xpero needs to go.
Let's go, guys. Win.
Finds the first.
Dapat.
The second.
No, don't.
Munchkin, however,
Ada.
down. And that bite is not going to stop the plant from coming through. It gets a tiny bit more damage across on the Munchkin. But he's going to
Oh,
look to wrap
B1
around,
ya.
peek through and across, but looks like he will just stay stagnant here.
Mencilat kanan.
Back behind
Ah.
the snowman. Desmond, yet how are you meant to get out of this position? The footsteps are heard. Munchkin relaying all of this to Foxy9. The tap. Basically no one peeking. It's not giving him the time of day. Effectively ignoring him, ghosting him here on the round until the very last moment. Munchkin
Nice
will hit the headshot.
one.
13-8
2-0, man.
Xbox is theirs. Gen G denied in kickoff, achieved here in stage 1. They are going
Nice one.
to another grand finals here in Pacific as the #1 seed.
The trajectory is up for Gen G. Throughout the year, there's some bumps along the way, but here in stage 1, they
Nanti-
may very well be our top seed going into Masters.
Ya tidak vertikal, ya betul.
incredible. So many good reads, so many great plays, texture, just tremendous
Halo, Mo.
the entire day. But everybody on Gen G having their moments. I mean, really phenomenal team effort here.
Gigi.
Munchkin
Susah, susah.
on point, especially in that first map. Ash, the crispness of his shots as well as his util timings, gorgeous, and
Iya janji.
Clutches.
phenomenal. Everyone from Gen G
Main ngomong geng.
way forward into the grand final.
Janji.
Stage one. And they've shown in the past what they can do when they have that veto advantage. They're going to be looking to prove it once more.
Main ngomong apa kan kalian Genji?
What a day.
Bukan Genji, Genji.
Obviously, hopes not crumbling completely. They are still going to Masters Toronto. They are still in
Emang judulnya apa?
chance to still make it into the top two, but it's going to have to be through the lower bracket. For now, though, we'll send it down to
Oh, judul.
with the winners interview.
Bentar. Sekarang udah ganti, Njret.
We have our grand finalist.
Kita ganti dulu.
Congratulations to Jen
Mana YouTube aja?
and Texture and Solo, if I could have you here.
Lag. Bukan lag nih sinyalnya.
네. 감독님, 여기
Ya,
마이크요. 네.
ntar dulu. Lagi streaming.
네, 젠지의 텍스처 선수 그리고 솔로
어.
감독 모시겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Huge congrats to Gen Z. I mean, you guys are back in the finals with this clean 2-0 against Arrach. Texture, can you
di
sum
Arrach
up
ya?
the game for us tonight? 텍스처 선수 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이렇게 결승 진출 깔끔하게 2대0으로 이루어냈어요. 기분 너무 좋아 보이는데 소감 들려주시죠.
Kayaknya aku nggak dukung tim mana-mana deh ini.
Oh, clean 2-0 to grand finals. It feels really nice. And Solo, you guys are in the finals, and you also punched your ticket to EWC as well. Are you excited to have another?
Emang course-nya gimana? Tadi bener.
감독님, 결승 진출뿐만 아니라 오늘 승리로 인해서 EWC 티켓까지 거머쥐게 됐거든요. 아, 굉장히
Iya.
예쁜 시즌이 예상되는데.
Udah.
그래도 기분이
Udah ya.
좋으실 것 같아요.
Sekarang mah nontonnya pihak X sama dia.
불안 것도 기분이 좋은데 EWC
오케이.
티켓을 따내서 그것도 의미 있는 승자조 결승인 것 같습니다.
It really means a lot. I mean, it adds a lot more value now that we qualified for EWC as well. And of course, returning to grand finals in Pacific feels super.
Halo, nggak beli sama terima kasih.
Because you guys played
Telat ke telat.
solid games
Tahu nih,
tonight.
1 jam
Everyone's
lebih.
saying, oh, Gen G has finally figured out what works best for them.
Bentar, guys.
So, do you feel like this is, you guys demonstrated the full potential, the true potential, when you set out with this roster, this iteration of Gen G tonight?
Let's go. Kita viva tu ke? Ya.
There's only one spot left to qualify for Masters Toronto, and tragically, but great for us, it is between the brothers RX, DRX,
Let's
and
go,
PRX.
PRX.
For
Let's
DRX,
go,
it's been a season
PRX.
of redemption. After falling short last year, they regrouped under
Bang.
Charlie's steady hand, storming through the Pacific kickoff and earning a spot in Bangkok. But now
2-1.
they're up against their longtime rival, the team that shares part of their name. Can they
2-1
defeat
PRX.
once again?
Yeah, Hyunmin is such a
Good.
scary duelist inside of Pacific. Marco is
2-1
unshackled, and
PRX.
DRX
Saya.
are looking to derail this PRX hype train before it makes it
2-1.
to Toronto and maintain their appearance at Masters events.
Paper Rex is the opponent.
Tak,
They're once a
pengen
favorite
main.
on the international stage, and they face a reality check in March, missing out on their first ever Masters event.
Pengen.
This was a team that once held the record for the longest
No way lah
consecutive
main free atau
qualifications,
main.
and they were suddenly left watching from the sidelines. But they fought their way through the lower bracket. Now
Maybe
just one
main
train
free
stop
atau main
away
dekat
from reaching
master kalau dia orang
Toronto.
pergi
This
master.
might be the most Paper Rex storyline ever.
Thanks.
The former kings of Pacific had to watch their crown
Dah
fall,
tukar lah,
and
nanti
they're picking it
tukar.
back up.
Tak tahu lah.
Today, it
Ataupun
rests
main free
firmly
si
on
rehat.
top of their head as they can lock up to be the most
Ya.
attended once again in these Masters and
Dari
international events,
season
making it a
ni dia maybe dia rehat
such a
kot.
storied team,
Next
such a
season.
storied derby between these two prosperous
Let's
as well
go,
as the
PRX.
Yes,
Meow,
these
meow,
are legendary
meow.
coaches at this point here
Nah,
in
busuk.
Pacific. They face off so many times. There is a
Mau
huge
kucing.
friendly rivalry between
Tuh,
these
tuh.
two
Tengok
teams. But I
PRX.
know when they both
PRX.
watch international events, they become best friends, and that's why it's so
Let's
sad.
go,
They
let's
cannot
go,
go together this
PRX.
time.
Someone has to go home today.
Tu tu,
One of
boyfriend
these two
saya
teams
kat situ
will
ada.
not be making it, but it's so hard to
Jing,
pull
jing.
through. Arguably, both of these teams deserve to
Let's
be
go,
there. They
let's
have
go.
such storied past attending these big events, so it's going to be sad to say goodbye to one of these, but as you say, fantastic for us to watch.
Now here are the predictions. We got two glowing in blue, Pilski and Achilleos. And honestly though, I think this can still go either way. But Pilski, why did you go for DRX?
I feel like DRX is the most solid team out of the two here. PRX have a lot of momentum in the lower bracket. You can see everyone is on the hype train, but make no mistake, in my opinion, I don't think DRX are underdogs. I think they're the favorites in this series.
I would agree with you. I was shocked when we saw how many of us predicted for Paper X. I do think DRX are still the favourites into this game, but it's so easy to get behind the boys of Paper
But you
X.
picked Paper X.
I mean, I believe in them. I believe they have a great story, but I do think that they're the underdogs.
Really?
DRX have been proven to be such a solid team. Arguably, they should have locked up their spot already. Again, in that Arrach game, they were one round away. Paper X have had a much harder time.
Well, you guys saw the sign just now. For them to win, all they have to do is throw Mini into the coal there to fuel the train to victory. Just throw an old X-Fanatic coach.
Seeing the Asian compositions picked here, DRX are making another change. We're seeing them bring out both Vice and Deadlock. Now, this has to be a deliberate counter to this Paper X double duelist style. They have a lot of stopping power, and a lot of utility across the board. Both Vice and Deadlock have a lot of different tools you can use to kind of slow down this double duelist.
I think it's going to be very annoying for PRX to attack into that, and especially be able to attempt the post plants here on the defensive side. But DRX's defense has been so good on this map. They are 36-12 in defensive rounds the last 4 maps. Like 75% they are owning on defense with this double duelist, and a lot of that comes down to something on the Yoru and just how annoying Jing is being on the Raze right now.
I mean, you guys make a good point about DRX, so I don't know who the underdog is here, but DRX definitely knows how to play double duelists now, even if they're not doing it today, but that means they have a lot of tools to face against a team like Paper Rex. Now, these are rivals and brothers in arms, and to take us through the Fated series, it's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
And here we Mako, once again, the derby comes back around, but as the desk was saying, this time only one of these teams can get that final spot at Masters Toronto. TRX versus PaperX, the El Clasico of Pacific to decide it all.
This is an incredibly hype matchup. I mean, with the stakes that are being presented to both of these teams, a trip to Masters Toronto on the line, and both of the RXs are so used to being there. They're so used to being that team that goes to the international events. But this time around, it may not be.
Brother v brother here, it feels like, as we get ready to jump into this one. Lotus to start us off once again, then an icebox as the follow-up.
Dia ada 2 sentinya tapi dia pilih attacking.
TRX faithful cheering out. The PaperX faithful cheering from behind their piece. From home. As for now, downtown to the orb. Gate crash used here. This young man clears out the door. Jing just in for the moment. Away. So far, it's a very quiet round here from both sides.
All right. Let's see what DRX can do. Being very cautious. You know, you want to figure out where these double duelists are going to be coming at you from, especially Jim, who's been devastating, especially in pistol rounds for PaperX recently. Back on the raise, back on that comfort, and he's been making the most of it.
So how quickly he was able to get those showstoppers online versus Boom on this very map. It was 3K into 3K when the pistols came down to it. 40 seconds still remaining on the clock. Everybody from DRX now clustered up as Bane. Lineup set up here for Waterfall. Roll will go up and over the top. See where it plops down right there. Perfect position. Starting to get cleared out here. But for now, the site going to be taken by TRX. Divide holding back here on the corner. Headshot finished off, freeing. Clean with that ghost as ever. Now looks it back away as Prowler and Paranoia both get sent over towards this singular player. He swoops back down over towards Waterfall, is able to find himself a second kill as Mako, unscouted, unnoted, and untenable, has torn apart 3. TRX will take the opening pistol.
Yeah, just good map control here for DRX. They're able to push some space on towards Rubble. Use some of that info they're finding early to pivot over towards C. PaperX has to try to fight their way back in. And that grenade made Jing feel like that corner was going to be clear, but it didn't go quite deep enough. Mako was able to slide down the ramp a little bit, retake that position, and clean up the round. So DRX comes out with that first pistol. Ever so important. Going to have an outlaw. Gunman for an opportunity. Smoke blooms just in time for the players of PaperX, but it's DRX's smoke.
4 targets through that smoke. Now scaling forward. Hyunmin going for the peak, finds one target. Quick little exit here. Estrella sticks around for a little bit longer. Finds one swap to the ghost. Hyunmin tagged low. Backpedaling, but swiftly that's Forsaken on the floor. Orb going to be picked up here. Freeing, looking to get that Armageddon online. Seems like quiet over towards A. Signaled over here to the rest of the players. Hyunmin asks for the rotation. They abide. DRX successfully avoid the final 2 players of PRX.
Yeah, just PaperX trying something cheeky. As is normally the case. Pretty tough to rotate though. Depending on the timing. Well, Mako's just seemingly just gonna turret in that direction. Doesn't want to let that flank come through, find any value. But this is going to open up some space here. DRX is going to grab an extra orb, figure out who they want to give the plant over to. Try to fast track some of those ults.
Mako's in the Paranoia tapping the door. Shooting back towards the site now. Peeks out back, Rubble finds one. Not going to be able to transfer for that second. So this get taken down. A bit of damage going to be dealt here, but it's going to be Hyunmin as well, finding himself 3 charges towards that dimensional drift. DRX start things off 2-0.
Yeah, that's just solid stuff from Hyunmin. Hasn't died yet. 3 kills so far. Mako, though, just, relieved of the IGL duties. And is able to go out and frag and is accomplishing that. Has been a real force for this team as usual. You just are going to expect that Moscow's putting up numbers. Now it's Paper Rex's chance to try to respond. Still though, a couple bulldogs, an outlaw, some good weaponry. Paper Rex is going to have to face.
TP, back rubble, bit of pressure coming his way, swing out, something able to find the headshot, puts him down. Lines forward into the smoke. Not going to be rewarded with any damage. A 1-for-1 at the end of it all. Jing left dead on the floor. Sheer wall here. Went wide enough to actually get spot out. Estrella holding the angle. They got a double face, but he actually pulls off. Just finding the timing here, does Estrella, to go ahead and get himself out of harm's way.
Patman now send that prowler out. Seen by DRX. He's just going to be freeing on his own. Salvo's about to come back online. Forsaken just got a peek.
A bit of belter of a shot. Instead, just quick little back pedal. And then on the floor. Player advantage now here for the side of Paper Rex. Forsaken looking for more. And he will indeed find it. 3 kills. Spike now on the ground. Wall tripped, freeing.
Aku
Locked in position.
delay.
Player on the flank.
30 seconds left.
Well,
Thinking about his best course of action here, but would love to get some damage in.
kind of know he's probably pillars.
Swoops around, something about to be in the open, but has the headshot. Crispy with it, survives with 46 HP, 4 players alive. Paper Rex get themselves on the board, denying the bonus.
Yeah, this is really crucial for Paper Rex to come through this relatively unscathed. Good read there by something. Yeah, Yunmin able to find the one. Jing trying to blast pack his way a little bit closer to rubble, but it's caught in transition. Forsaken holding the line very, very nicely. So that rubble fight in the long run going Paper Rex's way. Curious how much attention DRX wants to play to this, but I mean, having that deadlock in there makes things a little bit trickier in that regard. You're not going to have quite as much util. You still have the tail, of course. Ooh, we're about to have a fight at Mound.
And that's gonna be one that Mako loses. Basically trapped there on his lonesome, ends up getting taken down. Still the double stack set up, freeing around the corner. Boombot looking to try to scout him out. Does not, however. The question is, do they think that he's there? But they're not going to stick around to find out. Quick back away, Forsaken back to Jiggle peeking here.
That should give you a pretty good read that it's going to be A. I mean, Freeing trying to sell this as best as he can, but that Prowler got no contact at B from Patman. Flash to try to do something, and something gonna know here with that tap of the door for sure. Paper Rex ready to roll.
Ball to try to block off stairs. Estrella given the task of trying to breach this position here, perhaps. Jing can be taken down, but Beta can be quickly traded out as something does manage to find the one. Estrella doesn't even get the opportunity to be involved in the fight, which is a glimpse there. On to Patman. B-site opened up 2v4 though. Tried it. The lead. Freeing, is he going to be ready for this angle? And he's just slowly walking forward. There's the check.
Nice.
There's the snap. Forsaken. Looking damn clean so far. Dimensional Drift even committed just to give no opportunity whatsoever. Estrella is going to be harassed by the Yoru as the diffusion gets started. And now he just holds him back, locking him away from the site. 2-2. We are tied up. Paper Rex nicely dispatching DRX here.
Yeah, they're just reading the map really well. This is something that impressed me when I was doing some VOD review getting ready for today with Paper Rex in their run-up here in the playoffs. They're making really good use of the information that they're finding on the map, and it's stuff like what Patman does. He just throws out a Prowler B. You know, they've only had a little bit of contact C. Over at A, something's able to backpedal, and they're still able to kind of put the pieces together that this is going to be an A hit, and you know, just smother DRX out of that A attempt, force them over to B, where Forsaken's happy to find that off angle, get the kill. And here we go. Now, Gunman TP's with his ult. We're going to just check things out. Razorvine's there to slow up if there's any fast hit off the back of it. And look at where Paper Rex is.
Yeah, they're all clustered up. They're showing discipline, though. They're playing back, not wanting to give the opportunity over to DRX to find these opening picks. The wall quickly cleared out because they have everyone in positions, and now the site is suddenly that much more insight here for them. As Jake bounding forward, able to find one bait. The Gunman trading it back. Straight on the floor, the spike not yet planted. Blanco has the ultimate. Potential pivot angle, but they're still widely stuck in here. On back online. Mako for the final one. A little bit of a wide swing out. Patman trying to just whittle away here at Hyunmin. Hasn't really gotten too much contact yet. Now is going to be the last one standing. As he swings back through, Hyunmin will have the headshot. 3 players alive. Mako holding on by a sliver. As DRX do manage to go ahead and reestablish the lead by 1 round.
Yeah, don't mind the ideas here on the fly from Paper Rex. You know, wanting to stack up, wanting to deal with that deadlock wall as quickly as possible. But, I mean, DRX post-plant, even though it's not technically a post-plant, but they get into these crossfires, they get into these setups, and they're so tough to break. They're so disciplined. So having to give up space early is going to play into DRX's hands, in my opinion. And now you've got a couple huge ults. Annihilation, Armageddon. Ooh, miss of the shot.
A rare miss, considering how he's been performing with the op in the last few days. Double stacking mounds. Drone gets cleared, spots him out. Forsaken ready in case there's going to be more pressure coming in this direction, but DRX already has scattered to the winds. Shoulder spotted. Warning shot there at the end of the day for something.
Still though, they're reading this nicely. The player's still that close to the door. Send some reinforcements over to back up this operator. He's gonna put the TP a drop. But maybe this seemingly gonna be a B pivot with players at B main. There is that vice wall.
Yeah, looking for the net just in case there's somebody playing close. No one gonna be spotted. Sonic sensor gonna be set up there. The connector positions, paint shells get ready to fly, bouncing forward. Looking for some damage, bring on the crossfire, able to find a buy. Patman gonna be taken out, but not before he's able to find Hyunmin, but out of bullets! Not able to find anything as Forsaken cannot escape the grasp here. The Annihilation catching just a moment before the TP could go through. Dragged to his demise. Something now just looks to try to hold on to this operator. But this round is on lock. DRX looking to move up now 4-2.
Yeah, DRX doing a great job. Saw it early in the pistol round and the follow-up where they're really working the map nicely. Here they're kind of back to it. Getting that early B main control. Paper Rex giving up a lot of space. DRX able to take full advantage of it this time. It's a quicker pivot. It's an instant decision to set up that B crunch. And it works an absolute treat. Don't want to mess with the op anymore though. I'm just going to let Paper Rex carry that over. Curious if we're going to see an early timeout from Alex and Mind Freak. Weird to say that.
Still getting used to it.
That being said, you know,
like
I
the
think
answer is yes.
Good. I think it's the perfect time to do it. And I think really what I'm saying here is get a little bit more aggressive at the mains. Get a little bit more aggressive at C Mound. Take a little bit more map control here. You don't have to go nuts, but because it's going to be, especially with that op there, you should be able to do a pretty good job of locking down one side or another, either C or A, and then playing a little bit more aggressive off the back of that is potentially what it could be. But also talking to some people behind the scenes, Mind Freak really getting involved during these timeouts. He's like really got some good ideas. There were some timeout calls previously when they played Boom that he came through with some really good calls that literally won Paper Rex rounds. So nice to see him getting involved and still keeping that positive mentality, still being that team player. Yeah, but Patman as well was, oh man, he was so good on Fracture last week. He was so clutch, dude.
That's a huge part of that victory for them.
Please, DRX, go to Toronto.
Yeah. May still have an opportunity to have that impact again if this goes to 3. This is Paper Rex's pick here, this Lotus map, so we'll see how they fare. Have the operator, still very solid potential to get some damage dealt, if not pull up the Thrifty, given that, I was going to say everybody else has Sheriffs. Forsaken ups to change over to the Ghost. Grenade ready, as well as that C's trying to get a catch here at back rubble. No one really be caught by it as the push forward, and Jing just able to barrel stuff, finds Hyunmin. Showstopper immediately going to be drawn out, but it seems like botched. I think he died as he was trying to get the rocket to fly. No flick to be found, something repositioning shifts over. As DRX could very much do the same and just call a pivot over towards B if they'd like. Either way, it looks like they want to still plant here on A. Paranoia catching onto them for a moment, forces them off the angle. The full flash connects now on the device. He plays towards drop.
Mega careful here is something. Do not want to give that operator over.
I feel like the call has to be for him to go to a save. It's okay, Estrella not quite able to spot out Divide from there, but the salvos will go ahead and ensure his demise. An attempt to try to take somebody down with him. At the end of the day, though, it's going to be something once again holding on to the operator, so Thrifty not to be found.
Yeah, but I like the ideas here from Paper Rex. You have some really good util to contest that A main control, that A lobby control. Throw it at DRX, make them make the first move. Put the pressure onto Hyunmin. I mean, as great as he has been this year, put some pressure onto him and see if you can come through. Obviously, weaker weaponry there may be a big part of that equation, but it was exactly what I was kind of looking for. You have something to take C-mount control with the op. You put some pressure at Rubble. The meta, the big picture ideas are good. Obviously, the weaker weaponry, not.
Yeah. We'll see how they fare going into the next buy. Does feel a lot more costly, though. We'll see here perhaps what happened to the showstopper. Yeah, just an attempt at sending it, but point blank there was Bane able to find the punish immediately before that could even fly out. Otherwise, that could have been absolutely devastating. So for now, still a bit of a slow game for Jing. With the cycle up that next one. Steel Garden going to be online here for the side of Paper Rex. Not too far off having that Nightfall either. Pac-Man just one more charge.
Well, this time, something shifting over towards B. I have a chance. Depends on if they commit a flash or paranoia to this angle. Let's see Mako and Hyunmin.
Fake out, being sent, not being bought. This would have been a hell of a time to fake it either way. Sure, Walt does get cleared. Mako starting to drift backward. The swing out, there you go.
Nice.
Right to the midsection. Something has the kill.
Should be reading pretty well pretty soon that this is going to be C, but all this util very far back for Paper Rex. Gonna have an ultimate there as well for Estrella. They're gonna pop it. Paper Rex wise to it.
Backed away.
Yep.
Triple push. It's a bit of a slow up there outside of A main, but something on the peak, able to find one. Is Estrella gonna be taken down? Op still finding that value, and now he repositions, wrapping around, joining in alongside Divide. Weapons looking to be taken away. On pop, paranoia out, tucked back behind the box. Two players pinned in here, now trying to fight their way out to freedom. Pain can't find it. Fring now all alone here on the site. Something picks up a 3K to get Paper Rex their third round win in flawless fashion.
I mean, you gotta love the awareness you're seeing from Paper Rex, just being ready for that ult to be grabbed for Estrella, playing back off of it so they don't have to worry about the Steel Guard, and they have a Steel Guard and a counter. You can play that tic-tac-toe game all day, and that early map control, so important. That rubble control, so important for them, because that allows them to take space on the map quickly. It allows them to rotate through their opponent's spawn so quickly, and it helps now. Something's starting to hit some shots. Very important for him, because you can see that earlier on they showed us a graphic where when there's an operator on the defender side for Paper Rex, they're winning like 2/3 of their rounds. So need to get a few more of those going. Meanwhile, Termy's like, nah, brah. We gotta win a bunch on this side.
I have to assume that it's likely related to the operator. How to identify it, how to avoid it, what they need to be doing, given the impact that we just saw from something in the round.
Yep.
Be my suspicion.
A little bit tough though. You know, obviously you have the stealth drone. That's the only thing that's really going to give you that clean look.
Yeah, that free hard clear.
Yeah. You can do some soft clears, right, jiggling and things like that, which you expect to see, but some good smokes as well from Mako. But, you know, with a double sentinel composition, it's going to be tricky to scale forward to get past that op. I mean, you're not going to give yourself as many tools to deal with it. So it has to be a lot more diligence with your individual play and positioning.
Every op shot that something hits, DRX is well aware it's another corpse thrown into the fire by Slicky and
It's another
fueling the train.
It's another shovel full of coal.
Oh, they're throwing the fans in at this point. They're desperate.
Oh, that's right, I heard.
Yeah, they're running out of coal.
Yeah, that's right.
Hot flash turned away from Pat Man for the transfer and has it. Bane just does not have the weapon at the ready. Huge outplay, gun barrel going to be spotted. Mako still, however, able to find two, but Jing on the peak shuts him down. HL trying to force his trade back. Manages the trade one. Now it's just freeing alone. Spike in hand, can try to get play here. Try to get that spike planted, perhaps.
They're worried that he got all the way up the stairs, but little do they know, he slipped through towards B. May just wrap all the way to C. Indeed he will. That ice wall not going to give you any info on this one. It's just going to be a free plant. Op and a Vandal. So it just comes down to how to divide and something want to approach the situation. Something a couple flashes though, so some decent opportunity. They could figure out where he is, but Freeing kind of guessing correctly here. Will put himself in a really nice position to use the salvos and the concuss potentially. Into that door. Let's see what Paper X can do.
Swing all the way around slowly here towards the waterfall, but if something gets set up on the line, anticipates this. Could be brutality, but Freeing finds the peak, finds the shot, peeks out as he sends the salvos, plays it impatiently. And Defy gets the shot to go ahead and bail them out on the round. 5-4, just under 2 seconds to spare. Still, DRX maybe getting a little bit antsy off the back of the timeout, not being able to find the win. DRX got to be grinning ear to ear.
For sure. Should be able to keep an op in play as well. Jing getting involved. Good setup there with the trap behind the smokes. Again, you're going to see a lot of that trickery from Paper X. They love to try to catch you off guard. Yunmin going to have an op now as well, though. So both of our Yorus going to be sporting the snipers. And you do have a couple ults. Patman has his. Armageddon.
He's nade.
Oh, God.
Mendoz almost takes some damage there.
Grabnet catching something there. But he can TP right away. So that's potentially false information unless DRX can get a good read. He would have TP'd away from that.
I think if you get seized and then you gate crash, it should pull you all the way back through the map to that spot. Just reeling you in.
That would be sick.
Yes. Timing peaks. Straight timing dies. Jing now gonna do the same. Bane scouting him, but nobody else prepared to really take him on. He swoops forward. Mako melted down as Jing comes away with 3. And it's flawless from Paper X as they tie it up at 5-5.
Yeah, they're really starting to come online now. Starting to feel themselves a bit. Great nightfall. And Jing plays off of that so quick. You know, Mako has to be watching the other direction. This player's coming from a bunch of angles. And his teammates, you know, you got to expect that maybe they can win that fight. And yeah, Jing just not having any of it. Starting to come alive for Paper X. Again, if he starts to frag out too, then this two-headed snake that they can bring out with these two duelists is fearsome to say the least.
Not being shy about this at all, but look at this. I mean, he sees Jing taking this orb. He knows that the showstopper's online, but there's nothing more that they can do to try to prevent this. Yunmin clawing his way out. Showstopper going to be sent. It's going to be Patman. He's able to find the kill. Straight swing in the corner, able to trade one back as Jing does get taken down. Armageddon even going to be committed to this round as Mako finds Patman. Forsaken is dead. Suddenly, player advantages here for the side of DRX. Something drops down as a mask of his own. Slaps it on Divine. Fully blinded up. TP reposition. Ults galore being committed, but Divine is able to find 2. Freeing it straight out now going to be taken down, and Mako hasn't clutched at all. Collects a weapon. Plan not for him. Manages narrowly to get the kill. The retap though, Divine. He knows that he's not on it. Mako swings it, but cannot clutch it. Divine saves them once again. And that is devastating as TRX committed a ton.
Everything. Tons of ults used in this round. Showstopper, Armageddon. I mean, just crazy stuff.
They Omen TP'd as
two Yoru ults, Omen TP. Nice read there. Oh, Divine. Nice to see Divine though, smiling, coming up with big clutches. It had looked like maybe he had lost that spark. Now he seems to have it back. Paper X could take a positive half here. DRX wants to tie it up.
6-6. Very possible, but of course it's the double duelist on the other side as Paper X get ready to go on that attack. DRX know that they need everything that they can possibly get. Main one away from having another annihilation. First one able to find value. Got that kill on a Forsaken. Something repositioning. Both of them operating basically in tandem as both send down gate crashes. And Strea's just strafing in to P. Double stack setup. Pac-Man gets himself the kill. Handed over on a silver platter.
Tight angle for something.
Look at the read from DRX. They're already in position here.
I tell you, they've just done such a good job with their preparation.
TP wide, however, it's actually sold him short. He spotted nothing to Forsaken. Calls for the rotation out. Something tries to scale forward, and then they don't read that Hyunmin had moved that far up. Sealguard looks to try to slow them up. Jiggy is able to find one. Spring is going to be taken down. Spike going to be recovered. There's Annihilation, not finding anything. Man pushing up, shots, just fishing through the smoke as Falco often does. Finds himself a kill, looks for a little bit more, tags up Jing, but as the smoke dissipates, Jing finds the headshot. Too many players, so damn low. Now all on Hyunmin. With just 8 HP. Sends out the fake. But he is dead as he exits that smoke. 7-5, Paper X out in front with a massive 5-round win streak to end the half.
Other than something just walking out there and dying at A main, this is just a great read. So many good reads for Paper X. Really understanding this map so well. But, you know, you look at it from the perspective of the second half. You look at the double duelist versus that double sentinel. You know, who's going to be able to slow who down? How impactful is that deadlock going to be? How impactful is that wall going to be? That extra little bit of control you're going to be giving yourself, potentially at C site, front of B, things like that. I mean, you have double wall, right? You have the vice wall, you have the deadlock wall. That's so annoying. You have to be so diligent here as Paper X.
Oh, I wonder who she's going to...
Tough choice.
Yeah. Will surprisingly go with DRX.
I'm so shocked. Oh, wait.
Okay. Do we have another one?
One more.
It's a best of 5. Apparently not. Master of Valorant, all-time Korea #1 Omen. That's what Mako stands for.
Hold on, let me write that one down.
It's pretty good.
Master, what was it, of all time? Korea?
Korea #1 Omen.
Korea #1 Omen. Okay. Put that one in the old notepad for later. Yeah, I mean, I think overall you have to be pretty happy with that defender side as Paper X. Normally, but going up against the double sentinel, I don't know. Obviously, that's going to be a big question mark. You know, how are they going to be able to adapt to that? I will say, God, if there's any team that can do it, you gotta feel like it's Paper X, because these guys just are so on the fly anyway. That's just how they roll.
You know,
maybe this is just really isn't too big of a deal.
2 sheriffs in hand. Sheer wall. She's gonna be double facing. Estrella takes a ton of damage. She's got 3 HP. Just ate that paint shell.
Mm.
Man on the corner, hits the headshot and it's sprayed out Forsaken. Gets himself a second. Spike now planted, Freen coming away with 2. Tries to keep it competitive, but the 2 players that just are so damn low. There you go, final shot. We'll take him down. Bane just trying to send out the net, gets a catch, but there's just no way to try to fish out these kills. Divine perfectly happy to stay sat there, crouched down, sheriff in hand. Paper X will go ahead, tie up the pistol count. Get 1 step closer towards closing out their map pick.
Yeah, I mean, good coordination here. A lot of bodies you're throwing at the problem. That is such a fast reaction from for Jason. Goodness gracious.
Did you say for Jason?
For Jason. Yeah.
What did you mean to say for
Well, I wanted to say Jason, and I was in the middle of saying Forsaken, and then it just all came out. Look, I just turned 40. Leave me alone.
That's true.
It's well past my bedtime.
I'm sure most people will be shocked to hear that you've turned 40.
I'm sure.
Because they're like, damn, I thought that happened years ago.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, it's a miracle I'm not
Hello.
dead.
Oh, I love it. Anyway, so exec here onto the A site coming through for PaperX. No real opposition in their way. TRX just going to be looking to play a bit of a death ball retake, perhaps. Maybe even cluster up and die to the spike. Though, knowing PaperX, they won't be happy with that fate for their opponents. They will go on the hunt.
Oh boy. Something. Little does he know, there's quite a few players right around that corner, but they're actually mostly going stairs, so he's going to have an isolated fight up there. This actually works out pretty well for PaperX, I think.
Headshot. Being able to find one to buy. Eliminated. Some decent damage is found here onto the players as Mako frantically trying to take down something. Gets to the 20, however, but cannot find the kill. Overall, fairly clean. As PaperX now 9-5, one away from hitting double digits.
Yeah, so far we haven't really seen the utility from the Sentinels have much impact for the side of DRX. Got to start now. It's a great read from PaperX as well. You know, most of the players are coming from the stairs area. That's where your crossfire is. Something on his own. You know, put Mako up there to try to duel him. Look, Mako's great. But in terms of how you kind of draw it up as PaperX, that's exactly what you want to see with that retake. This time, Mako getting really aggressive, trying to play off the back of the drone, but there's a counter drone there. Keeping him at bay. No spokes. Oh my god. Smoke spam. Goodness. Smoke spam available. There's that wall, able to be baited out by the clone. Batman just doing his job, seeing what's going on at B. Sonic sensor right around that corner there for Bane. See that quite often with deadlocks on this map. Is that going to get red though? There's that wall, timing. Quickly cleared.
Just go ahead and break that down. Still for now though, DRX stagnant in their movements. Something creeping forward.
Corner.
Just around this corner is Estrella. And it's going to be Hyunmin actually who finds the kill. Likely preferred anyway from DRX. Trying to get that ultimate online here for the Yoru.
Oh,
that gets a catch. Players held at bay for now. Bane hearing the footsteps and will take one down. Mako hugging here alongside the smoke, finds one, turns for the second bit of eye, able to go ahead and cut him down. Now going to a 3v3. 17 seconds remaining. Util available to try to prevent this plan though. There's Jing. Instant with a headshot, but it's onto the clone. Looks for a little bit more, gets the tick, but Kevin still staying alive for the moment. But gets traded out, Forsaken. He'll cut him down, it's all on Estrella. The 1v2 wrapping around both players here in position. Won't even get the chance to try to use the flash. Basically stacked up here for him, no way to flush this out. Dubai picks up a 3K and PaperX pick up a 10th round victory.
I mean, it's just so cool to see PaperX, the way that they're kind of deathballing around the map. Okay, yeah, you lose something there, but that's fine. And again, if you're stacked up like they are, you know, you find one wall, the other wall gets used, you're able to clear it so quickly that it's essentially null and void. You're able to just scale your way onto site, find some good kills. I mean, even though Jing didn't get a kill, he did some damage. That shot onto the clone was nuts, but it didn't matter. Still though, Stinger, Sheriff's Ghost, Utrama. Oh, the flash just got there in time.
Wants to try to get a catch here on the Yoru, but Gate Crash does not care. Noise is made. So we haven't been able to hear the exit. Stealth drone chasing forward, not going to catch a glimpse there. Thorn's already going to be pre-popped though. Sheer wall still set up. Sealed Garden going to be sent. Fake out. Hit there by the Stingers. TP forward and Freeing has the headshot, finding one. The damage suffered here by something once again down to 20 HP. Pinned in by the wall here for the moment. Swing from the back. Bane looking for a little bit more. Gets fully flashed up though, and Ching finds two in all the chaos. Suddenly it's just Hyunmin with the Stinger. Low HP on both. Only to buy. popped up here for the moment. It's going to be Defy continuing to find these final kills. Paper Rex have been running away with this across the two halves, now 9 rounds in a row.
It's just, you know, when you get into the mud, that's where Paper Rex likes it. Things are all kinds of scrappy around this wall. You know, it's nicely placed, it trapped something, and then everybody's trying to figure out a way to deal with it. They throw a paranoia at it as well, and it looked like maybe DRX was going to come through, but the weaker weaponry cost them. It's a good idea. Now that Paper Rex is kind of aware of it, try something a bit different. Still though, Vice Wall going to be at C, and this could just be a pretty quick hit.
Seconds in spawn. Bane seemingly conscious about this, is swinging out and losing the fight. Forsaken has the Vandal. He's able to take him down. Mako, tap of the door, finding kill on to Devi. And has widely been the final boss for a lot of these rounds. Gunman going to go rushing forward here with the dimensional drift. Sees that they're not committing in with the plan. Straight holding here behind an upper. Jing has sight set on the angle. Pull out of the dimensional drift here for Hyunmin. Immediately going to be chipped down. The 2 HP. Forsaken able to find that kill. Estrella arriving in from behind. Smart Jing, the spike still not yet planted. Face forward here into Mako. Was able to cut down 3. Forsaken answers back with a shorty. With 7 HP, there's nothing more to be done. DRX, they close out the round, but Paper Rex still have smiles on their faces. They know that they're still continuing to do so much damage to this economy.
It's a really good early read from Paper Rex, but DRX able to stabilize and hold so many different angles that Paper Rex never felt comfortable that they could put this spike down. They knew they had the Armageddon in play as well. So DRX just able to kind of find their timings. Just let the clock run, make Paper Rex make some moves, and then just punish them off the back of that. The timing there from all the players of DRX coordinating together on that good. Still a ton of work to be done.
Grabbed here by the net.
See no Hyunmin.
I don't think Gun Barrel's been spotted, but I don't think Hyunmin's been scouted either. Has a gate crash. They are frantically looking for each other, but right now Hyunmin with the advantage. Catches something completely off guard. Makes a quick exit, just gate crashing back over onto the site.
They immediately ping the other side of Rebel where that TP would have come through. Weren't really aware that that could be a possibility. Bane has his ultimate as well. It's gonna get a little bit dicey. Trying to hold down that post plant. Just getting there may be difficult. Gunman and Bane very, very close. They're gonna throw up the wall, immediately cleared. For what it's worth, Paper Rex has been really on point with making sure that deadlock util doesn't do much.
Or taps, Jing, look at the play entry here. Now is committed forward. Gunman able to stabilize, finds the shot before getting taken down. It's gonna be the, oh, got the hit actually. As the Annihilation goes bounding forward. Catches one, have they cleared him out?
30 seconds.
They certainly have now, but it will still lead to his demise. As Bane turns over to the side, finds Forsaken, Pac-Man dead. Estrella arrives at the front of the site. RX now 2 rounds in a row.
Bro,
Still 4 separating.
this literally death.
Seemingly able to find their footing a bit more. Again, just a little bit of trickery from Hyunmin. Something not ready for it. Probably kicking himself a bit. Even got the Nightfall invested. Batman.
Forsaken.
Yes,
I mean,
that was
it's
disgusting.
fine.
He was jumping around. Just turns and headshots his opponent. So, okay, now it's Paper X's turn to be on a weaker buy. Jing does have his ultimate, showstopper there. Bucky to back it up. Paint shells.
And yeah, right into his face. Mako sends the paranoia early. He's just got an ult to get out. Really thought there was going to be a ton of pressure coming his way.
What?
But at the same time,
In his defense,
other side of the wall.
it is Paper X.
Sure.
I don't blame him.
Very true. You have to. Well, there's also a showstopper here from Jing, which might just be about to see. There you go. As Mako mounting up and over the top, TPing and nearly TPing right on top of where I thought that rocket was going to go. Had Estrella not gotten that kill, that would have been both of them absolutely destroyed. Mako stays alive. Shot hits the clone. Flash forward, Estrella playing here within the smoke with Mako, still playing up on top of the site. Comes away with a second kill here. Peeks in for a little bit more, but something manages bring about his demise. 5 HP remaining here on the Yoru. Swing onto the corner though, and Patman going to be taken down. It would have to be some of the crispiest shots that we have ever seen in quick succession to one another. And it will be Hyunmin barely scraping by to keep himself alive. 8-11, DRX now 3 away from tying it up.
Yeah, I think Paper Rex probably should pull the trigger on the second time out here and talk about how they want to deal with these walls at the front of C. Seems like originally they were just kind of throwing the clone at it, and now they're trying to get through it in different ways. I think you're better off just early around taking some out control, throwing the clone at it, getting rid of it, and working the map off the back of that. Because every time they tried to just go through that vice wall, either just sending, you know, something through a TP or Jing blast packing forward, it's been dicey, to say the least. Yeah, there was one round where they won getting through that way, but it doesn't seem to be consistent. So I think you really need to be diligent with clearing out this Sentinel util. And yeah, just a fan from Taiwan, unsure of who to vote for, so they'll hedge their bets.
Can't decide.
I don't blame them.
No.
I love both of these teams.
It really does feel like sending one of them off in this kind of fashion, given they have to play against one another. I mean, RB is probably going to be cheering for, we would suspect. Right? But it feels like watching two friends go to different colleges.
Oh,
They've been together since middle school. One got into NYU, one got into Temple University. Might be speaking from
It's
my
very
own life
East Coast
experiences
bias
here.
there. Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, it is because it's such a classic matchup. There's just tremendous history here. Obviously, our first ever Pacific Finals. You know, you want to see both of them succeed.
Yep. What in the hell? Hyunmin, it seemed like he had no idea where he was. Looked like you walking down the street, but then he got his bearings and he got the shot.
What? I'm a good walker. Don't take that away from me.
So you haven't any, you're not bad at walking, you just don't know where you're going.
Oh, well, that's intentional.
Yeah, okay. Well, that shot has certainly brought this round to a bit of a screeching halt.
I mean, you've got something's ult, but you lost. Quite a bit of early oomph there. There's that wall. I just walked past it.
Yeah, that's been popped, and Estrella
Wow, dawaj.
immediately going to be sending that Steel Guard and Forsaken TPing forward here within the smoke. Mako, like he's suspicious of this. As Salvos going out backwater, and then Estrella peeking out, able to find 2, 3. As Forsaken does fall, Patman answers back for a singular kill. Onto the Vice, but he's paranoid up, he's up and over the top, and Mako likely just going to go for a quick little peek. Finds
No,
a
what
headshot.
happened,
That's going
man?
to be DRX now, continuing with a win streak of their own, 2 away.
Uh-oh. Things starting to get a little bit out of control here for Paper Rex. DRX coming right back. Jeez. I mean, the ideas were good there. It's just the timing a little bit off for Jing. He's just a little bit slow behind that flash.
A number of times we've seen Jing go for that setup and come away with the kill.
Yep.
Him versus Kong Kong lives rent-free in my head.
Yep.
Also had the operator, Jing. He won that fight. Some around though, and not allowing for it. So off still retained. Could be a double push-up. Has Bane in tow as that smoke now blooming here, and as the Haunt gets ready to come through. Let's just take that gate crash out.
Looking for that sonic sensor. They're gonna have to rethink this. Take a moment to consider. Got that rebel control. You want to show some presence on the rest of the map.
2 sides of the clone in tow. Absorbs that op shot here for them. Wall set up a tree, freeing, able to find something here at the door. As Prowler quickly cleared out. Patman able to draw down the Sheriff, finds the kill, and that's going to be a weapon now collected. Estrella looking for some timing shots. Tiny bit of damage going to be found. Let's push up from Mako. Finding the lurk. Devi gone, 3v4. But tight quarters contact as the Stingers are going to be able to find some value. Shorty going to be drawn in. Hyunmin narrowly gets away with that. Now goes ahead, throws on the Dimensional Drift. His weapon's going to be juggled around. Forsaken, however, grabs the operator. He's going to have to contend with Hyunmin here from behind. Classic drawn out. Forsaken is able to find that, grabs another weapon, but Bane capitalizes before he can get that steadied. Time ticking. Patman on the cross angle, needing to clutch it out. Bane drops down. He faces forward.
Nice.
Patman hits the Red Bull clutch to get Paper X up to map point. What a
That was
round!
nice.
He has been so good for Paper X in these clutch situations. The new kid on the block,
Baka,
making it look
pati
easy. He has just been so reliable post-plant. He's so disciplined. I mean, that weird position he takes catches Mako off guard. Nobody holds at that angle. Nobody holds inside of the archway of that door. And then he backs right off, buys himself a little bit of time, confirms his other opponent's position, and deals with that. And this is the last time out. All four going to be used here. DRX with the final one, trying to find a way to get 3 in a row to send it to OT. Looked like maybe they were going to get it done. Patman had other ideas.
Please go to Toronto.
Yep.
Well,
Adam kau.
timeout call, needing 3 in a row.
Take
Take this into overtime. DRX has been playing a good amount of overtimes as of late. No stranger to it.
Kebanyakan kau Korea.
See how things look going into this one.
Ako
Paper X
lah,
is just going to be looking to bring this to a conclusion right here, right now. Not leave that door open any wider for DRX. There's something. Oh boy, he's got a judge.
And he's got a dimensional drift.
Tiga.
This ought to be good.
Dabai.
This ought to be good. Certainly there's some kind of setup here with this. Plus you could use the Nightfall.
They're one away from a Steel Garden as well. They've got a ton of ults online, whereas DRX don't have much of anything. TP forward with the dimensional drift. Something on the hunt here. Wall is going to be shut down as Bane frantically figuring out where the hell he can go to escape. Will ride the rope. Nope, drops down and something runs out of time.
Tapi, are you
Waits too
okay?
long. Burns the pot. Food not being eaten tonight. That's Bane able to find one more there before Jake comes in for the trade. Drop down. A little avoidance there from Hyunmin as he tries to stay alive. Jing similarly has to take the rope down out towards safety. I'm looking for that little flash out. Shorty drawn down. Hyunmin carved up his Devi at range. Will find the kill. Now alone, the spike in the meantime has never been planted. It's not in play. Devi needs to try to clutch this out. Eats a bit of damage. The paranoia going to be sent. Goes backpedaling, but freeing is just here around the corner. They need to try to hold on to these weapons. Devi has the chance! And he gets so damn close! But freeing will get the final shot. DRX keep themselves afloat.
Just thought it was going to be another classic Devi clutch here. Jing doing what he can to try to disrupt at the top of rope. Derek's able to stabilize at the back of drop. Freeing able to reclaim that rope space and use it to set up a crossfire there to break free of that entrapment. Man, oh man, I thought Devi was just going to send us on over to Icebox.
But now he's got the Steel Guard. I mean, they're one away from a showstopper. They can try to get this orb, Steel Guard, and equalize the weapon, playing field.
Yeah.
Paper X could certainly get this done in thrifty fashion.
That annihilation to contend with. You know it's probably going to be A. That's been Bane's home.
All sent out, freeing.
Tapi
Catching a glimpse, knows that they're there within the smoke. The annihilation immediately going to be sent there. Devi going to be taken down. Freeing's able to find one, sends out the stun, looking for the hit. Doesn't manage to find it, but gets the headshot on the Forsaken all the same. As that is now something. Alone here on the site. Take it down. Flawless. DRX dispatching the thrifty attempt. Some, let's say, moderate frustration, perhaps, in the face of Coach Alex.
Oh, for sure.
As DRX is now one away from pushing this into OT. From there, who knows what the hell happens?
Well, exactly. It's been such a good second half here for DRX. Once they got a few rounds in, really started to find their comfort on this defender side. Just can't quite get this double duelist to connect. Something 13 and 14, Jing 14 and 19. A little bit off balance using those flashes, Jing.
For a turn of the flash, unable to find it. Does he just check the angle? Freeing pushes him out, the showstopper. No value found once more. Freeing pushing forward. Gets a tap on the Patman, forces the rest of the team back, and now the spike dropped here inside of B, but something pushes up into upper. Catching Kevin off guard to the corner, freeing now going to be flushed out. Seal guard and holds back the remaining players as we go into a 3v3 in the post plant.
Dia macam kurang hari ni.
Util.
Dia
Ult's
macam kurang hari
burned.
ni.
Not much more to work with here on either side.
Ulti dia semua tak kena hari ni.
Mako breaks down one of the walls. The rest now expired.
Okay, 3v3.
And locked in as Mako tries to go for the swing. Estrella falling.
Dia buka? Ha?
And there you have it. A kill apiece to bring it to an end. OT not happening. 13 to 11. Paper Rex close out their map pick of Lotus.
Oh man, and Divide pumping up for Zeka there. Gotta love the energy that we're seeing today. That was a hell of a comeback though for DRX. It looked like this was Paper Rex easy go into Icebox. DRX had other ideas. Just in time, Paper Rex is able to stabilize off some huge plays from the likes of Patman, Divide coming up big when they needed it most. We'll see. Forsaken really solid throughout that entire map. What does Icebox look like between these two teams?
Dapat
Bound for Toronto. You can see how bumpy the ride was on that little artwork there.
The tracks are a little rickety.
Yeah.
But they're holding.
When you're laying them one by one after the other, stability is not going to be that much of a concern, nor will it be guaranteed. This was by narrow margins. Paper X crucially do get their map pick, and now they are one map win away from getting themselves to another international event. Missed out on the first year this year. They want DRX's ticket. We'll see if they're going to be able to get it. Icebox is all that is going to be standing in their way. We'll see how DRX looks on that one as well. A bit of a rocky start, you'd have to say, for the Korean squad, but started shooting back, started finding their footing and getting a read. So hopefully that is going to continue. They just get one hell of a map 2 between these two teams. We'll see what happens up as we go ahead and take a much needed break after all the chaos from this opening map of Lotus. We pass it back over to the analyst to break down the action.
Hey, what's a DRX Paper X game without a little bit of a heart rate spiking a little bit here and there, especially as we near the end of this first map. DRX almost made this into an overtime, but Paper X, you know, they continue to I want to say dominate on Lotus, but DRX really figured out a lot of things.
I believe it was only a fake comeback, guys. Don't worry. Fraudulent comeback on the cards there. I mean, still definitely could have been overtime. That was a 3-on-5 conversion right at the end there to be able to just scrape it across the line, 13-11, and that just shows you how annoying this DRX comp that they prepped coming into Lotus here is to attack into. The deadlock vice an absolute nightmare for PRX to navigate, and it just once again shows you how flexible DRX is as a team. This is not the same ideas over and over again. DRX, you know, Korean approach of just perfecting the same approach over and over and over again. They are a different team every time you bloody play them.
And would it, like, I don't think it can be a PRX versus DRX game without it going to all 24 rounds. It's just meant to be. We all knew that this fake comeback was on the way, whether they converted it or not. Both Omens topping the charts there. Obviously different styles. Mako with that 0 first bloods, a little bit more reserved compared to Forsaken's much more aggressive approach onto that Omen, but both of them big standout maps.
Yeah, and Divide really stepping up here. 20 frags, and I think this is a good sign. This is a really good sign for the side of Paper Rex here. Every single one of them performing, every single one of them keeping their cool. Also, Patman in that clutch moment there. Just absolute steady hands for a guy who's a complete rookie here in Pacific. And Morgan, I think you've prepared something.
I wanted to tell you all a little story. This is something that, you know, I think it will really capture the hearts of many right now. I hope you're all sitting comfortably. I was out of town on Sunday, and I heard my friend Alex had retired to the countryside. So, rightfully so, after such a stressful time coaching the world's most chaotic team. How have things been? I asked. He said it's all good. Life is a lot more chill now. I've had a lot of time for farming. We walked out towards the back, and I was hit by the most foul, eye-watering stench. And I turned to him and I said, Alex, what's that smell? And he looked me dead in the eyes and he said, my goats are never washed. They can never be washed. Wait till chapter 2, a train tears through the farm and it's violent. But we're back. The goats are not washed. One map away from Toronto.
Yeah.
I like that story.
Breathe
Thank
it
you,
in.
Harry Potter.
Get it in your veins. It's happening.
Maybe don't breathe in the stench.
Yeah, they are never washed there. So, I will see if this is how things will end, if they're going to continue in the 2-0 fashion here, but we need to rewind a bit. And dear Paper Rex, on the defense, really solid ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just so disruptive on this defensive side, and you see that being the C traps, multiple different setups where they can get involved in the action, and then over on the other side of the map, you got something with it all.
Yeah, I think it's about understanding the stylistic differences between these comps, right? When DRX are running this double sentinel, they have to be slow and they want lots of map control. Once they have that map control, they're in a really good spot. So they can hold it very easily. So PRX go out in front, they go forward, they disrupt, they get on those deep uplines to not give them control. That's really good macro understanding, really solid coaching, and good game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, their defense has been super solid across the last 4 maps. And again, I thought they were actually going to need more than that on their defense because, but on the attack, they managed to clutch up a couple of rounds, come in with enough ideas against the deadlock. But DRX brought ideas of their own into this game. They completely changed up their comp. And I love this pistol round. This really reminds me of the set execute that you run on a set A site with the deadlock, where you throw the wall up over the top, block one of the major retake pathways in through waterfall there, and the other thing they did so well was disrupt PRX before they could come in for these retakes. You see players taking duels in towards spawn, so not only are you running into deadlock utility and vice utility, but you're also getting disrupted by these individuals taking fights with you if you try to complete your retake.
Yeah, we saw at the start of this game how PRX's approach was to try and get into the site fast, try and not let them get that spike planted. So when you're able to have those set play walls that buy you a lot of time, it lets you set up for that post plant, which is obviously where their comp was very, very strong.
I'm just really liking what I'm seeing from both sides today. PaperX could close this out, but really, who knows when you have a map like Icebox. But I think whoever ends up winning today, very well deserved, and you know, I think they'll have a great performance over in Toronto. And I still don't know who's gonna win. I'm very happy again to see PaperX kind of up and up, you know, track by track, fish by fish, at least for Lish, for David anyway there. And I didn't pick Divide today, unfortunately, and who is this? Big time?
Yep, I have.
You got some good numbers on the board right now.
And Jing. I mean, Jing could have got me some more if he could land a showstopper.
Oh man!
It's a free kill button. It's a free kill button.
He just kept walking around with it. He never shot it. He just both times.
He was cursed with that. So if he's playing Raze and Icebox, which, you know, I'd be kind of surprised. But if he does,
God,
then
I hope not. I mean, these two teams, they have played each other on Icebox, though. We cast our minds back all the way to week 1 of the groups. It was the opening game for these two teams, and Icebox was picked by PaperX. This time it's being picked by DRX, who have not been great on this map. They've lost most of the times they were playing, but that was with the old comp that they were running. This time you see them mix in the Harbor up against Talon, and it worked an absolute treat. But the last time these two teams played, PRX played this Waylay comp with triple Initiator, and they got 10-1 on the attacking side. They rolled them on attack.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see PRX bringing this out again, though. I don't see this Waylay coming. I certainly don't see this triple Initiator coming. We're way away from that meta right now, and I think that's probably partly why DRX wanted to pick it. PRX have not shown a particular willingness to play this map. I think they're trying to spot the gaps in the map pool, where sometimes when you're doing these map vetoes, you want to project strength, right? You might not necessarily want to ban it out all the time, but you just kind of hope it doesn't go there, and I think that's been the case with PRX and this Icebox map. So very, very targeted pick, but again, as you say, it's not been good for DRX either, so I have no idea what to expect here.
Do you want to see this? You say probably not. We probably want to see the Waylay triple Ini. You don't want to see it again.
Please don't do that to me. PaperX.
Too weird.
Didn't love it. I don't think it was fantastic.
To be honest, though, it will play very well into the Harbor comp. If you see the Harbor comp come out for DRX, I mean, the amount of Initiator util that you've got here, you've got flashes, you've got Waylay, it's going to actually work a treat, disrupting a lot of the Harbor walls and things like that. PRX had a lot of interesting ideas. but it did feel, I mean, it did feel like a one-pump comp. I call them one-pump comps. It's like, you just throw out a comp for a specific matchup, then you're probably never going to touch that again.
I also feel like if you're expecting the Harbor on the other side, I think there's better approaches than Waylay. I think Yoru brings more. Don't get me wrong, I think KO there can be good, but
I think you just need a KO. I don't even think you really need that much. Just like a KO in the comp, probably good enough against a Harbor. And it's a fantastic init on Icebox as well. It's my favorite init on Icebox for sure.
No Sage then. They used to like play Sage on Icebox.
I love Sage.
I know you like it.
I can't believe we're not seeing it from anyone. I think it's great. I think it simplifies the map. It's fun. Everybody's just boring nowadays. You know, no one likes to throw things back to the good old days, back when Valorant was, you know, at its peak. When Sage, I'm talking peak Valorant, as in like when the Sage orbs were like huge and the wall was insta.
Yeah.
You know? Take it back to beta. That's what I want.
Reses cost nothing.
You have to put your fragger on Sage. The res costed, the res did not cost that many ult.
You're telling
just
me
want a fragger and you could self-heal yourself.
Yeah, and
you don't want to see Jing on Sage this game?
Jing on Sage?
Yeah, you don't want to see it? I want to see it. Could you imagine?
Especially on defense, he uses the wall just to go as quickly as possible back to spawn.
Surprise me, PRX.
Okay.
I think they will. I mean, they have continued to do so with the Waylay comp. But you're right, Pilsky, they ended up dumping it just like they dumped it over in Lotus and figured out a brand new comp. Let's see what they are bringing out today on Icebox. This is DRX's map pick. And DRX absolutely need to win this if they want to have any chance of going to Toronto.
All right, DRX are going to back themselves with the exact same comp. Worked a treat against Talon. They smashed Talon with this Harbor comp, and they were playing against a comp without Flashes playing up against Talon, and they're playing against something somewhat similar. Something looking very standard here for PRX.
Yeah, I think that double controller, that's the main thing. The Omen is the biggest mix-up.
The Joman, you mean?
The Joman is back on the PRX comp. That's the biggest mix-up. Now, I love watching the Omens lurk through mid. It's different than how the Viper does it. You can smoke up those turrets, TP to find those timings. That's what I want to see from Jing. Get up in their face through mid.
All right, we're going to go to map 2 of this very exciting series. I have a question for the casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin. How do you feel about trains?
Apa?
Not something that I have a necessarily strong opinion. I take them from time to time. You know, the train system here in South Korea, pretty good. We're going to be seeing a cross-continental
biasanya ini map jarang
from Asia to North America.
Kaya Pemen may
That is another
Viper,
question. Will you chance see
Gavay,
Paper have taken
Kizay,
that first step?
Pasike, Sova, Jing.
Oh men.
Is underway with another project.
Nggak tahu ya, ini kita baru lihat nih.
We'll have to just wait and see.
It is a long bridge,
ini first
no
time
doubt
ya?
about it, but it's getting close to completion across the Pacific Ocean. I'm a huge train fan.
Defend ya.
A lot of players there. This is scary.
He's covering a good amount though. Those footsteps.
Baru jalan.
Telling
Wow.
tail here.
DRX dua-duanya pakai smoker panjang.
Tailwind into the corner. Tailwind out from Gunman. Is being able to find something and Divine gets taken down. DRX looking for the open pistol. Marco still on.
Coba kalau kalau Esther mati, dia ada Mako. Kalau ada Mako, kalau Mako mati ada Esther.
Ya tapi
kalau Dudu mati, Dudu mati lah.
This defuse is going to prove to be difficult. The salvos about to be sent. Held to half.
I mean,
Catman taken
it's
down.
good.
Finds a one. Jing looking for that.
Good, tapi
can't quite make it happen. DRX.
Thank you.
We'll take the opening pistol here on Icebox.
kayak bagus tapi
Extend this to a third at map.
Yeah, this is going to be rough for Paper X. I imagine.
kan biasanya
I mean, this is
biasanya kan kalau smoker itu smoker ini kan, smoker satunya satu smoke bullet.
Just an Omen. It's going to be the difference there instead of a Tejo. So a nearly flashless map other than the paranoia. It's going to be quite interesting. So much of this is going to come down to the controllers. So much of this, in my opinion, for Paper X is going to come down to Forsaken. On that Sova, that scan util is going to be so important for figuring out what the hell is going on the other side of these harbor walls.
Iya memang.
Spotted out, suppressed, so can't try to TP out of position, so it's just going to be the stun into
Oh.
that snake bite there at his feet. And while Defy on the swing will be able to find Hyunmin, weapon can get scooped up. DRX have a firing squad there ready to just go ahead and pick apart the remaining players of Paper X. Sheriff now in hand for something, and I believe a shoulder scene. Through that wall there for a brief little moment, so position noted. Bane on a flank, swooping around. Given that he's got a Sheriff, we'll just opt to back away.
Good read though by something. Just needs to do as much damage as he can. Gonna be tough, of course. So many players stacked here.
Eventually, shots will come through. Estrella starting things off with a 3K, gets DRX. Fairly clean anti-eco. 2-0 start, and Reckoning online going into the bonus.
That's huge. I mean, that gives you such a great ability to clear through on towards A with that Reckoning. Force Paper X to play retake. And again, that's really, really tough going up against this double smokes comp that DRX is going to be piloting because you don't have a lot of flashes. You have to rely so heavily on either just Contact or Forsaken's util to get you the info that you need to make good decisions on the way in. But they're going to get aggressive. They're going to try to get ahead of it a bit, our Paper Rex over on the A side, but all the attention actually towards B, so DRX kind of doing what you would not expect. And when you have a Reckoning in play, just going to make a quick hit, and Divide just has to backpedal and wait for reinforcements.
There's a nano to try to delay, but now the Reckoning going to be invested as the wall goes up, cutting off the angles here at Snowman as well. And considering the bite. And some shots. Fly, and there's the
nice, Batman!
Going to be put down on the floor. Wall's getting ready to fall. This now becomes a very difficult position here for the side of DRX to actually get the spike in play. They aren't able to do so, but
nice.
Hyunmin both going to be taken down as something pinches in from under two. Mako lingering here.
Oh, nice.
Smoke, but something just a little bit faster. Bane finding himself a second. The nano at the ready. The wrap around here. Back
nice.
Something with a 3K. Will go ahead and deny a bonus conversion. Minor damage dealt. 2 casualties overall. Not too bad as Paper X get themselves on the board.
Yeah, for sure. And overall, I just really like the understanding of the situation here for Paper Rex. Just knowing that the Reckoning's in play. So your option is to either just let them get A for free and try to play for retake, or get ahead of it, send a bunch of players out, take A control, Divide wisely just backpedaling the whole way once he starts getting contact. Let them play for this site. Use some of those long-range guns and something getting them hyped up. Rifles abound. And now we really see what the meat and potatoes of both of these teams looks like. Early dart there, trying to set up for this aggressive push.
Does allow them to get into a nice forward position. Forsaken going to be sending the drone. Bane does get spotted out. Something on the prowl. Up and over the top, dropping down. Dash at the ready. He will just slowly back away. Ping's coming through. Bane swooping in. He's getting closer here to making contact against one another. Now backpedaling out, and the pressure is there. The pinch coming through, looking to try to take him down here at mid. Swing in, Bane somehow though winning out this fight. 3-player wraparound now. Mako trying to note it from behind at Garage, but ends up falling to the wayside. Spike at the same time gets planted here on the B site. Forsaken player forward as everybody else cuts across through mid. The fuse now starting to get held. Manages to get that up to half. Salvo's going to be sent in on the back end of that one, but cannot find that kill. Cloudburst going to be thrown down. Estrella finding one, looking for the spray. Push out of the wall. And it is just going to be that round starting to really spiral out of control here from Paper X. Felt like they were in a strong position, but Bane finding that kill changes the plot.
I fully agree with you. All I can think about is that kill for Bane. Really changes that round. Makes it way more difficult for Paper Rex. They can't take as much map control as they like. They can't control that space over towards the attacker side spawn. They have to loop back through two. And DRX is happy to let Paper Rex go through that way. They've got those crossfires set up. Got the walls they can throw at it. Similar ideas, but a much weaker buy behind this. Get ahead. Oh my god, Jay.
Nice, Jing.
Okay, well, they're just going to go aggro again, and this time get rewarded for the kill that they couldn't find in the first round. Or the previous round, I should say. They're able to find it here. Bring take it down. And that is the post-plant util. A lot of it out of hand. It's Paper X. Themselves a thrifty to close the gap down to 1. That would be devastating for DRX.
No doubt. Knives out as well for something. He is so good with those. Really be a difference maker potentially in this round. DRX though, patience. Checking every possible angle.
Drift under tube. Trying to clear out whatever util may be here at the plant spot. Still have 3 players. Eyes on this position. Hyunmin creeping towards mid. Might get a peek here from Patman. Staying stagnant here for the moment. Where did that go?
I don't know.
What happened to that?
I was just looking for it too.
Did it just evaporate immediately?
It just
there
didn't
it
show
is.
up on the map.
Okay, it didn't show up on the mini map, so I was very confused.
Same.
Tons of damage. Spike planted straight, giving his life for the cause there. We've got 3 players versus 5. Hyunmin on this flank needs to go absolutely monstrous for the team. As swing out, pulls the trigger, doesn't play it patient. Just lets him know where he's at. Knives now swooping forward, something able to find one. Transfers in for a second. Hyunmin's position noted. The plant not really gonna be for him. Up and over the top it goes. Tries to
Nice,
get
nice.
collects the weapon.
Thrifty.
On the spike by Estrella previously. And he will narrowly clutch this out to ensure the thrifty Paper X find another round win.
That's just crazy stuff from Paper X. This early kill from Jing. Such a tempo setter. Estrella there has to give his life for the cause. And that puts you at a 3v5.
Sayang itu. Estrella cuma 6 darahnya.
Good. Hyunmin doing his best.
Dia kena siapa tadi ya? Kena klik kanan.
Hero stepping up for Paper X, something with that up.
Kena klik kanan klasik siapa tadi?
Oh, Fury. Bit of damage going to be taken there from the salvo.
The
Jump up the drop down. I think you might have seen here is Hunter's Fury now also going to be opened up for Forsaken fishing, but tag's not found.
You heard the jumping.
Very well may have. Mako pushing forward. He hears the footsteps. It's just a glimpse of Patman as well. Now Mako going to be maybe pinned in a little bit of a unwanted position. At the same time, reckoning here onto the A side to try to open things up. And here comes the swing from the flank. Mako about to be hit from that left-hand side. And
Mako masih bisa dapat 1 loh,
some damage dealt on the 2. Divide. Forsaken tagged up. Planted play now a 4v4 as timing send here on this lockdown. And then pinged out. Patman chasing forward. Finds that elimination, but now needs to try to just go ahead, tuck out into the corner. The lockdown gets ready to trigger, and it's going to be the pit invested actually. Gives himself over to the detain. Go ahead. Turret keeps him protected from behind here for the moment. Bane on the hunt, trying to flush out Forsaken at the same time. The Armageddon goes in and Forsaken. Guns down 3. Swing out. Find it. A 4K. As we are tied up 3-3. What a round from Forsaken.
Goodness gracious. Forsaken looks like he's done. They know he's there. They're busy cleaning up stuff on site. They're somewhat ready for him. Forsaken's just having none of it. Love this play by Patman, by the way. Eat the lockdown. Potentially, but have the Viper's pit there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, let him go.
Man is on his feet. And Paper X now poised to go ahead and gain the lead for themselves unless DRX can pull out their own thrifty. 2 sheriffs, a ghost, some knives, and a stinger.
Something pakai
danger for Paper X in this, but something with the judge. He's playing close up at B, so they can lean a little bit heavier into the ooze.
Something out wide. Knives avoided. 2 of them going to be burnt here. Not really deterred nor slowed up. Estrella. Bit of damage going to be something there from the shock dart as goes pop through the wall. Now here on the floor, Divide with 1. Get him a lockdown. Okay, Hyunmin. Quick little dip back in on the POV on that lead. He's going to be able to find himself a second kill. Something taken down, but Divide out has the lockdown. Immediately sends it.
Wow, you can
get an investment in the previous round. Not clear this out with any kind of ease. Headshot can be found there from Fring and Patman.
Nice.
He stands tall. Finds Estrella. That now leaves 2 players left.
Nice.
Mako scaling forward, finding the first to defuse.
Nice.
And men there to bodyguard. Damage dealt, but round not lost. Paper X, they gain the lead. 3 in a row for themselves, now up 4-3.
I just love the confidence from Patman. This looked like maybe Hyunmin was just going to take over the round, but finally Paper X able to get the weapons to bear. And Patman just no fear. Gets dinked once, still happy to step up and take players down. What a great play from him. Lockdown well used there as well by Paper Rex. So again, a lot of the macro play for Paper Rex really looking solid. DRX trying to right the ship, trying to find some answers there, and then Eagle almost get it done. Blade Storm's so impactful, but still just not quite enough.
Second.
And man, I mean, Forsaken one round, Patman the next. I mean, the star power on Paper Rex just through the roof. The confidence finally back. Yeah, let's get that plane ticket ready for Paper Rex. Well, maybe not there quite yet. Should be a train ticket. That was a plane ticket.
Well, I mean,
I guess you could argue they're similar.
Fly into Toronto and then take the train to the venue.
Yeah, sure, that's also doable. But I thought we were building, like a huge bridge all the way from Seoul to Toronto.
Sure, but the plans haven't been communicated. It's not public information yet.
This is Sliggy's top secret mission.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, if they make it, I expect that.
Wow! Wow!
Dead. Whatever the timeout call was for,
Ooh.
Paper Rex have undone it instantly at the very start of the round.
They're so aggressive.
I guess now I have time. I was going to say, every Paper Rex game, if they make it to Toronto, I think he needs to dress up as a conductor. He needs a train whistle, he needs a little...
Oh, he should, yeah.
And if you don't do it, you're dead to me.
Yeah, you're just a bad human
if you
don't do it.
I will never communicate with you again. So get on it.
Get that outfit ready.
Ooh, nice!
This is going to go from bad to worse. Stavai just holding out a wide angle. Two players now trapped in to this A site. Two around the corner. And Paper Rex not looking to get overly aggressive. Except for Forsaken, who will go for a quick little peek.
Something lagi yang nunggu.
And you've got a little insurance policy of something around the corner.
Forsaken even getting closer. Thunder's Fury. Oh, Jing goes down. Okay. Don't want to give up Mako many more looks like that. Forsaken might have got spotted there.
Even if he has, there's going to be too much to be done about it. Forsaken is on it. Mako now frantically trying to hold on to the weapon. He cannot. Batman is right there to go ahead and take it away from him. And that is Paper Rex counteracting the timeout call gorgeously by sparing the wall and then just running forward, getting kills.
I mean, yeah, that second kill is much more Paper Rex, but that spam there, just anticipating that there's going to be a player up on belts. Yeah. The Paper Rex fans, something to be excited about again. Hyunmin with the hero rifle. Mako.
Tahu. Nanya.
Get there, but it's a lot of pistols behind it.
Hero rifle for Hyunmin.
Tak tahu saya.
Jing, so aggressive. I mean, this space they take at A early is so frustrating for DRX.
Does Bane have any information about this at all? Seems like the drop, not heard. Maybe starting to hear his footsteps, perhaps. That's something. He's just mowed him down through the smoke. Jing eventually, patience there.
Something sudah dapat 3 aja.
Kill Hunter's Fury going to be called out.
Something being a maniac.
Something finds Fring, and that's going to be a flawless round.
Nice one.
Paper Rex. Now 5 consecutive. Get up to 6 on this defense.
They look so good right now. I mean, again, the map understanding their win conditions to get ahead in multiple ways. Like, not only does this early aggression on A just net kills and make things difficult, but it gets ahead of the controller utility. That makes this Harbor Viper comp scary. Puts a ton of pressure on them. There's so much labor behind this idea. It's working out extremely well for them. On top of their just cracked mechanics. I mean, you gotta love this as Paper Rex. You don't have to worry about any flashes. You can just run at people and shoot.
Yeah.
It's the best day ever.
They've now gotten themselves 6 round wins, guaranteeing at least a tie at the half. That's after not cleaning up the pistol round from the defending side. Tap of the spike, something out wide, sends out a shot. Go ahead, get alerted. Does note that flank coming down from mid. Batman thinking that he was going to be able to spring a trap. Marco keeps them in the round here for now.
Nice.
Wall, or rather, orbital fault. Forsaken joins it. And it seems like DRX will go ahead and break this round win streak. PaperX had established, get themselves a 4-6 score line. Cash aplenty. But PaperX not looking to get too silly with it. They'll just back away.
I wouldn't mind seeing Devi go out there and die. Trying to get a little bit closer to that lockdown, but
There's a caveat the rest of this. Have a follow-up to your statement.
What statement?
There's just, I wouldn't mind if you just went and just died in this round. That'd be fine.
Well, yeah. I have reasons for everything.
To go hunting.
Yeah.
Napaloading.
But I mean, like,
Tak tahu.
you know, get closer to the lockdown is my point.
Tak tahu.
No, I don't disagree. There's still a lot of damage to be dealt. But I think the call is, okay, we don't want Bane to get any closer to his lockdown, freeing to that Armageddon as well.
Yeah.
2 more rounds to be played out. He will. It's going to poke and prod around. Die around mid.
Apa?
Marco will be able to find it.
Oh,
That's okay.
Here,
that's okay. That's
pit, so
Yeah. You give it up to the right person, no biggie. No biggie at all. All right. Estrella has his ult again. Great win there for Bane. Something's just threw his aim off a little bit with some movement. One of those bullets went wide. So a little bit of miss micro there. Cost him potentially against Bane. Operator available. One away from a Blade Storm as well for something.
Tapi kayaknya attacker lebih enak.
And a lot of scaling ability here for DRX.
DRX gak sih?
One goes up there in mid. Jing as well, scaling further and further down too, but double face out, and that's going to clear the turret. They keep.
Nanti kalau attacker biasanya kalau defendernya Harbor,
Marco pinging out the position though, damn near perfectly.
smoke-nya agak susah ya.
Know what weapons behind it.
If they can lock this mid angle down, this B hit has to be really clean for DRX.
They didn't know. Op catching them off guard. Something brings it out. Now down a play.
Gua gak kena nasba di bakal nyangkut dulu.
Potential A pressure that could be coming
Pineapple.
out. Very quickly gets nullified
Nice.
as Jing.
Nice.
Out of the skies. 2 kills found for him before getting traded out. 2v4. Tap of the plant. Marco trying to see what kind of response he gets from it. But now it's backed away. Spots out Patman here. Wide swap from
Ay, nako. Nice.
Unable to find Forsaken.
Nice.
Maybe doable, but instead it's going to be Forsaken collecting the final 2. 7-4. PaperX guaranteed.
84 yuk, 84.
This is just great creative stuff from the early part of the round again. This time they're showing different looks to DRX. It's been a lot of early A pressure. Goodness gracious, Jing. But that gives them so much map control here. They have that mid, they get that kill. They know that one of the lurkers is dealt with. That allows them to just plant their feet there, and Estrella just pushing forward to try to get the spike down, never gets to use the Reckoning. Still
Kalau orang pernah ngubah skill nggak sih?
Only one more round to use them.
Pernah rubah skill agent nggak sih?
Oh.
Confidence play from Patman, but shots going a little bit wide. Hyunmin able to chase in, finds that kill. Mako himself entrenched here in tube.
Misalkan skillnya apa jadi apa. Bukan merubah role ya, cuma merubah skill agent.
Now stays in a forward spot. Drone to try to flush him out the wall. Falling, something scoped in. Finds Hyunmin. Estrella now.
Di belakang.
Able to find one. Pinches in the the opposite angle, and Bane is just holding this down, keeping his IGL alive. Now Mako up over the top. Springs the ultimate trap. And it is just Devi left.
It's okay, tadi ku 75.
7-5 here in their grasp. There's Devi running out of time and options, and everybody disconnected here, away from the site. Even the Armageddon layered in, because why the hell not? Bane will go ahead, start it off. The defense there will finish it. TRX rescue the half as much as they possibly can, but now they move to the defense. it needs to be immaculate.
Yeah, this just felt like a hard read from Paper Rex. They're assuming that with that reckoning there again, the last time they saw it, it did go B, so they're like, okay, surely this time, hey, Patman, you could play a little bit aggressive, maybe get some space, get some map control. Nope, got shot right down. And, well, halftime 7-5 again.
Half time dulu
Paper
guys.
Rex up on top on their defender side. I mean, that's scary. You know going to that attacker side, that's their better half of the map on pretty much every map.
Yeah. Ooh, tough choice.
Oh.
We'll go with Mako though.
Yeah, I think you could convince me either way.
Yeah, I don't think it was a bad. I don't think it was a bad selection whatsoever.
No. Who's stronger? Like in what regard? Like who can lift more weights? Well, I don't know. Because they're both pretty skinny.
They probably, knowing these two and what a pair they are, they probably can like bench the exact, like down to the gram. Maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, right now, if you're going, just utterly fantastic.
He is really stepped up.
And I think that's a great sign for Paper Rex. In the long run, Jing doesn't have to be the hard carry like he was last week. Well, he had to be the hard carry there. He doesn't have to be. And they can still come out with clean, pretty good victories, convincing victories. That is going to be a very big boon.
Well, if you can get Devi, everybody something firing on all cylinders for that Paper X team, we know what can happen. We've seen it before. We've been there. And they're going to stack up pretty heavily over towards A. Alarm bot at the front. Other than that, it's just Hyunmin. Really anticipation of a B hit, even the harbor wall being put out. But they're going to get a rude awakening here shortly. Just how much damage can Hyunmin do?
As the Sheriff and the Tailwind still not yet popped. And it's going to be some damage exchange here between the two Jets. 9 HP the difference. There's just a couple fishing shots, nothing really going to be found. Salvo sent out, but Plant still able to be stuck, not quite on the mark. Front box Plant here from Forsaken.
Hey!
Util.
Apa? Tiba-tiba.
Oh, something. 2 quick taps, Bane and Estrella. Dodges out that Teho Util. Something. 2 quick taps, Bane and Estrella. Both dead on the floor. Ping reveal as well as Hyunmin completely, utterly spotted out alongside Fring. Mako now re-wrapping around, gets himself towards the rafters. And something collects himself a third kill. Looks a little bit more, but it won't matter. It's going to be in that regard.
Something just so clean here. And a little bit of early round patience from Paper X pays off. Because they've got DRX just completely bamboozled. Just seemed like it was a pretty hard read that this was going to be B-side, leaving Hyunmin on his own, and right after the harbor wall had been used, so it's a good timing as well for Paper X. Just kind of waiting for the clock to tick down. That's when they make their strike. A little bit of extra utility even squeezed out of DRX before they get there. So the retake just never had any legs. I mean, Jing waiting there with a paranoia at screens, the recon util good, something good, all good. Hard to do it better than that.
Just Mako alone here, on site for the moment. Tucks back. Behind is Paranoia.
Kenapa pula ini?
DRX quick to try to pivot and get into position here. As Bane eating quite a bit of damage. Biggest firepower that they have with that Sheriff. Now down to 60. Push out shots.
Hey!
Somehow with
Classic!
that range is able to go ahead and take down Jing. I don't know. By the bundles. As Plant is not yet in. Forsaken pushing forward. He's trying to bait Hyunmin out here on the peak. The retap now coming through. Damage suffered onto something. Looking for the peak of the tap. Forsaken draws down the Guardian. Needs a bit more damage as Hyunmin finds a second. And in the end, it will be somewhat rescued as Forsaken scrapes by with 3 HP remaining.
Well, that was probably a little messier than you'd like it as Paper X, but you get there in the end. Forsaken now going to be your top fragger. Well, tied with something, but top KD.
Oh!
God, it's disgusting. Patman under tube. Ooh, hits a couple nasty ones.
One enemy remaining.
Shaken, nicely done. Cool, calm, collected as always. And it's
of half armors here for the side of TRX. It's only coming in with full.
If only they had gotten an outlaw. What a guardian. Also
Wouldn't be uncommon for something on the attack.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe it would be a good choice here, but whatever.
Oh, what in the... Mako.
Yeah. I swear he just
knows.
He just, well, gotta be careful there, Jing.
Yeah, head would have been spotted up over the top as well there from Hyunmin. Paranoia, quite connected onto the jet. Either way, something forced to reposition. Goes out with a tailwind. Jing tries to plant his feet. Bane is there. Two guns pointed at him, and right now Estrella coming up with two, but Divine tries to answer back a bit. Makes it a bit more costly here for the side of DRX as two casualties do come in. DRX not going to allow for a bonus conversion. Keep the gap to just 3 rounds.
I mean, what it signals to me with Mako when he does stuff like this is that he just does a ton of odd review. And he just knows where players are going to sit behind smokes. And just spams it. And has tremendous crosshair placement. So well done. Okay, so bonus isn't this time going to go the way of Paper X after they win their pistol like it did on Lotus. But like 3 players have full armor.
Yeah, it feels like maybe a round late compared to when you would like to have had it, but still an opportunity for it to do some heavy damage here. Even if you get the bottom shot.
Masya Allah. Ya halo. Masya Allah, kasih Mama. Yang baik hati.
Valor, and there's a train that just drives through the middle, and you have to avoid it.
I'm okay with that.
It's at a certain time of the round. Well, see, there you go. Might not be a kill, but he got him at 10 HP. He's not going to be looking for anything. Something, somehow, does not get that shot. Eventually, he is able to take him down, though. Doesn't suffer any additional damage either. As lobbing on the nano, going to be too late to try to really find any punish damage there onto the plant. Patman now very deep late lurk around this B site. Mako at risk of getting caught. As all sites from DRX are currently trained forward here on this position. Estrella is moments away from potentially dying. And striking now from behind, finds one at Bane. Similarly, dead man screens. Something going to be picked off, but the cleanup is there. The outlaw finds its value. Paper X get themselves up to double digits.
It's so good. I love how something just yeets himself there at the end. Sacrifices himself for the cause so his teammates can get these kills. Good opening outlaw shot. Sets up that opening
Kena kepala.
And then they just flood onto site. Reckoning be damned. Paper X getting ever so close. Timeout here.
Primo, and we gonna go to
a lot of pressure on Termi and DRX. Get this turned around and turned around quickly. By the way, I have some beef with you.
Yeah?
I have some bones to pick.
Go ahead.
I was listening to your broadcast last week.
Yeah, what was the problem?
Well, first of all, you said, whoever's sitting next to you, you'll back them up, unless it's me.
Yeah.
A.
Okay. Have you not noticed that yet?
No, I have, but...
After all these years...
This is a bit, shut up. B. B, you made a pun last week. Okay, this is what actually upsets me. You made a pun.
I did. And I immediately regretted it.
I'm so jealous of Komodo right now.
Because I made a pun in front of him.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well.
You're the one who's going to be judged in the long run.
I guess you're just going to have to suck it up and move on with your life.
I mean, that's really the only choice I have, so yes.
It's good to have you back.
Yeah, good to be back.
All right, well, scattered by here for a scattered.
Harusnya ini free round ya.
It's Paper X looking to do some very aggressive space. Estrella.
Jing, what happened to you?
Similarly, on the forward peak, finds something. Drop down, Herd.
Baru ngomongin harusnya free round.
Over the top, not quite being spotted, but Estrella not
Wow, kepala Batman doang yang kelihatan.
Batman's head was just minorly exposed there over the top of that harbor wall.
Batman.
Oh, nice.
So crazy.
So good.
Dead. Just the one hero rifle in play. The drop down. 10 minutes to find one more kill here with it, but Bane now stuck at backside. Jumps out, but no, it's Batman who rushes forward. Mako now arriving. Knows where he's at, sends out the bite. Clear the recon. They're looking to try to double face, and Mako cannot find it. Massive 4-piece. Denying any heroics. DRX can get damage, but they cannot get the round win.
Just, I mean, a good start here for DRX. They're up 5-3. Patman puts on the mask and the cloak, goes hero mode.
One enemy remains.
Absolutely ridiculous stuff. Goodness, he has been such a find here for Paper X, and he is fitting in so well. 16-9 now on the Nobar. 2 rounds for Paper X to go to Masters Toronto.
I don't know lah.
Solid start as Jing taking down the Hunter's Fury in reply here. Forsaken getting the hit. Estrella going to be taken down. A 1-for-1 exchange at the end of it all. Smokes for walls.
Gila, Patman.
Corner here of the window. Peeks out, alerts.
Lurkingnya bagus banget, sumpah.
Sights now turned over towards mid.
He didn't clear it initially. They wait a little bit.
Goes for it now.
Gotta check kitchen. You gotta make sure he didn't walk past.
Stealth drone, nothing spotted. Forsaken does make his way across the mid. Thought maybe they would double back after the drone. Doesn't see anything. Bane at risk here being caught, but it's a little bit of early damage and tucks back around the corner. Patman unable to find that kill. We'll just go ahead, slide his way through tube, but now has
Patman kan?
Pitched up over the top. Hyunmin a little bit too
kampret Patman, sumpah.
Get found.
Lurkingnya kampret banget, sumpah. Tiba-tiba di situ, ya di sini. Nice something. Nice.
Nice. It's a GG, gang.
Cuts down freeing. The bank account's empty. Paper X 1 round away from getting themselves over to
Ini game ini aku santai ini. Tidak panik sambil makan di sini.
Dude, this round is all Patman. The way he is playing this tube is so good. The trickery he is employing. Popping the turret, sliding back down, using his poison cloud to slide under the tube, catching him
nggak apa-apa sih.
guard.
Yang penting udah masuk Toronto.
The movement, the efficiency. To Patman.
Untuk second
That
place.
is brilliant work.
No. Untuk third place. Siapa yang kalah?
Savai just gonna hold the line. Knives out.
Hyunmin over the top, just below him there is something. Drops down, gets ping revealed. Hyunmin now going to have to reposition. Paper X similarly thinking twice about working their way forward into that site. Pit available for a post plant. No ults to speak of at the moment here for the side of DRX. And Armageddon, if Freeing can find a kill.
They've taken just enough time. They threw out one single smoke over at Pipes. That's got DRX at least leaning an extra player back over towards A. Drone as well. So Paper X really trying to sell, but they're still thinking about A. When we can see, this is certainly more of a B hit. I like
bawah.
For Bane. A little bit further back in kitchen.
Nice.
Mako taken down. I thought maybe it would be at risk if the op could get onto a wider angle, but something has just been so damn clean. The drift under tube, Freeing turning back.
Benar-benar kurang defendernya, sumpah. Carbot.
Freeing finds a headshot. Armageddon.
Udah aware mereka.
At the ready, sends it over to yellow. Hyunmin updrafted, finding the 5. Forsaken going to be taken down. As the ult goes across. Paranoia not connecting, but something's blades do. Falls down to 8 HP.
Chill.
The duelist duo to try to see if they can keep this from going on a little bit longer. Cannot be. We'll find 3 kills to keep DRX afloat. 5 rounds in a row is what's needed, though, to try to take this into overtime.
I don't know what
Huge step up here from the DRX players. Some of their individual moments. Even though you lose one early, Freeing, great recognition. Immediate understanding from DRX. They gotta be watching for Patman under that tube. He's found ways to slip the net. And they gotta be diligent. Bane.
Guys, lebih sabar lagi guys. Ini belum menang deh.
We've seen what DRX can do. We saw it on Lotus. They can run rounds together.
Come on, guys.
Hyunmin with the op. Lockdown for Bane. Op as well for Device.
Be calm, guys.
Let's see what Paper X has in store.
TP deep over at Snowman. Mako sights immediately turned back towards that position. For a brief little moment at least. He's holding close, catches a glimpse, and something's going to be taken down. Reads it incredibly well. Mako turns back and finds the lurk. DRX fighting back here, tooth and nail. Looking to at least bring it The 4 remaining chances.
I'd just save here as Paper Rex, to be honest.
And the money is going to be a bit out of sorts. As there's a reset on the aim. Strayek collecting 2.
Saving.
Now it's just the operator in the hands of Devi. And the call to save might just have to be made here. As the
Okay,
spike
saving Devi.
is out in no man's land.
There should be no world where Devi does this. He's gonna make a go for it, maybe.
Apa nggak mau saving?
Just get out, my friend. This is long since over.
He's been having a hell of a day, but this might be a bit of a stretch. So we'll just go ahead, save, go for the operators. No idea if there's anybody flanking him here. And we'll just play this out as quietly as he possibly can. 20 seconds to go by. DRX will get themselves an 8th round win.
They just shut the door here on B. Mako, not fooled at all. You cannot fool the master. He's one of the best in the business when it comes to smoke trickery. And he is just head on a swivel, ready to go for an attempted kind of cheeky crunch play from the side of Paper Rex, and wins his duel against something and immediately turns his attention back towards Jing. This is, what a timing there as well. As that poison cloud is blooming. It's a lot harder for something to react. All right, timeout now. Gonna assume Paper Rex. Talk about this a little bit more. It's the first one they've had to use.
Yeah. They've been in a fairly comfortable position. I mean, when you look back at the round sheet, how this has developed, they've been in a solid spot, started off the half with that pistol win. So now, looking to pump the brakes here for just a moment. Get those gears turning again to try to bring this to a conclusion, to avoid OT, to avoid a 3rd map. Have it be over and done with. So both of these teams have to be prepared for another series tomorrow, a longer one at that. There's the loser here, or the winner here, I should say, has to go up against RRQ. The loser is done until stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a grueling run, but we saw T1 do it in kickoff.
Yeah.
So very doable to come through and still.
All of last year.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, timeout.
I'd like to see the op passed over to something here, maybe play a little bit of tube pressure, but one way or another, this works as well.
Well, Pit immediately going to be invested here from Mako. Not wanting to give this round up, has the judgment, has the backpedal. That forces him out from the moment. As something gets quite a bit of damage in. Mako down to 54, just from that frenzy at mid-range.
This is the Pit.
Has to give it up.
Tapi ulti Viper agak kurang juga ya. Nggak leluasa buat.
Ring taken down. There underneath tube, just got the peak. Bane now having to hold that angle, which leaves Mako.
Ya, Viper juga nggak kelihatan gitu musuhnya.
Hand to the sky for Patman. Ready to send out that bite. That's the start. Lockdown sent. Matched in kind here on the defender side. Looking to try to disrupt this Mako.
Bukan, itu maksudnya si.
Any kind of damage that he could possibly get. Bite gonna be layered in. He'll get pinged out. Forsaken. Tagged up a bit as something is gonna be detained. But Bane hasn't noticed. Quite just yet. He has not turned back.
Yeah.
He does. Moments gained his weapon.
Juga.
2 kills gonna be found. Player advantage now for the side of DRX. Still though, the operator.
Apa. Dapat ini.
For the buy. Paranoia sent out. Lion's share of the players able to die.
Nice.
One with the nanos.
Nice. Nice.
Last kill.
menang.
All aboard, ladies and gentlemen. The train is for real. Paper Rex
has
qualified to Masters Toronto. The final seed, the final team from Pacific. They are back on the global stage once again.
The rumors of Paper Rex's demise have been greatly exaggerated. They are back, ladies and gentlemen. What a performance they put on here today. A 2-0, a run.
Gila, dari follower paling bawah.
And it doesn't look that different to how it has in the past. They are fragging out, and they look so good.
Commiserations.
Hey,
I'm sure that these
bermain.
battles will be taken with a heavy heart for the side of DRX, not able to make it to back international appearances here in 2025. But you have to give enormous credit to the team as well as the coaching staff for what they've had to deal with this season as far as just the changes coming through. It's been a very solid effort from them, but the same could very much be said to Paper Rex. Patman will be making his way onto the international stage. What a trajectory.
Main Fik mana? Main Fik cuy.
It has been from getting picked up a decent first outing into absolutely helping
Winner.
DRX as they qualify.
Tremendous.
All right, well, we'll send it down. The Gem's going to be standing by with our winners interview.
Congratulations and welcome to Masters Toronto Paper Rex. Congratulations, Alex. Congratulations, Davai. Here you go, microphone. If I could have you stand in the center, Davai. Alex, microphone for you. 네, 페이퍼렉스의 다바이 선수, 알렉스 감독 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Ya pasti DRX pulang.
선수들 모두 너무 기뻐하던데요. 사실 그도 그럴 것이 너무나도 험난한 길을 통해서 마스터즈 진출에 성공했습니다. 지금 어떤 생각이 가장 먼저 드는지 다바이 선수에게 물어보고 싶네요. Congratulations, guys. I mean, I could see the excitement in your eyes, especially for Forsaken's reaction too. But you guys will be fighting in Toronto. So can you tell us about how excited you are to be back on the international stage?
Genji, Q, TRX.
That's how I said that. I mean, obviously, I'm very happy, and I think the team feels the same way. We've been working very hard ever since we have a rough start in the beginning of the season. But I told the team that if we win the DFM game, we're gonna go to Toronto.
먼저 기분이 너무 좋고 너무 좀 힘든 시즌이었기 때문에 그만큼 또 빛을 본 것 같고요. 그리고 오늘 진짜 승리를 하면 토론토에 가니까 다 같이 힘내서 한번 이겨보자.
Gila PRS tutup apa 2-0 terus.
근데 포세이큰 선수가 정말 기뻐하던데
예,
왜 그렇게 기뻐했을까요?
Bukan belakangan ini.
Like 3 times in a row. Why?
I don't know. I think he's been working out also, and also I think he's been very excited, and also he's also been working very hard. So yeah, I guess the gym energy is hitting him.
요즘 그 포세이큰 선수가 헬스를 많이 해서 체력이 좋아지고 좀 에너지가 채워진 것 같고 또 이렇게 토론토에 갈 수 있어서 너무 좋았다고 그래서 그런 격한 리액션이 나온 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 알렉스 감독님도 좀 마스터즈를 가게 되면서 방콕은 함께하지 못했지만 지금 토론토 갈 생각에 너무 기쁘실 것 같고 또 팀원들이 자랑스러우실 것 같은데요. 소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Alex, I mean, you guys missed out Bangkok, but this time you guys will be flying over to Canada to fight on an international stage once again. How proud are you of the Paper X guys, and also how happy are you tonight?
I mean, I'm obviously very happy. I think I can see the amount of work they put in. You know, even from the start of the kickoff, I think we came back immediately after we basically took like a 5 days break and we came back immediately to Korea. To achieve this, so I am extremely proud of them.
워낙 이 선수들이 너무 열심히 해준 걸 알고 있기 때문에 그 노력이 빛을 발한 것 같고 그리고 사실 킥오프 끝났을 때 그때부터 좀 더 폼을 올리고 좀 퍼즐을 조각을 맞추기 위해서 끝나고 5일 만에 다시 한국으로 돌아와서 다 같이 열심히 스테이지 1을 준비했기 때문에 너무너무 기쁜 결과라고 얘기를 했는데요. 좀 다바이 선수에게 여쭤보고 싶어요. 지난 5주간 상당히 많은 변화가 있었습니다. 뭐 팬맨 선수의 합류로 인해서 분위기도 많이 달라졌고 조합도 많이 달라졌고 그리고 모두가 페이버렉스가 기억을 찾은 것 같다라는 평가까지 받게 됐는데요. 어떤 요소가 어떤 변화가 페이퍼렉스가 이렇게 다시 폼을 되찾은 데 큰 도움이 됐는지 가장 도움이 됐는지도 물어보고 싶네요. Davai, you guys had a lot of changes that you had to go through within the past 5 weeks, right? You know, Patman coming in, vibe has changed, comps have changed. You know, people are saying, "Oh, PaperX is definitely back." You were saying we're back. So, what do you think the biggest factor was when it comes to PaperX remembering who they were and you guys getting back into that prime form?
I think it's hard to get the form again because I mean, let's be real, this year we have so many good teams, like especially from Pacific, you know. So we've been trying a lot of things in practice and stuff. And of course, there's a lot of online coaches as well, you know, like try this, try that. So yeah, and yeah, I mean it's good that it's working out. I mean, to be fair, we had Pac-Man on the first game. We knew that it wasn't enough time yet to get the chemistry together, but we believe in the process, and also thanks to you guys that been supporting us. You know who you are.
Ping pong rituals helped you out too? Yeah?
I mean, ping pong is quite fun, but I'm not that good.
Okay. 먼저 워낙 그 퍼시픽 팀들이 쟁쟁하기 때문에 열심히 일을 했어야 됐었고 워낙 열심히 노력을 한 게 빛을 발한 부분도 있었지만 그리고 팬맨 선수가 처음 합류했을 때 당분간은 좀 삐그덕거릴 수 있겠다라는 걸 좀 감안을 하고 열심히 노력을 했고요. 팬맨 선수 적응 이후에는 너무나도 좋은 결과를 만들어낸 것 같고 확실히 이렇게 하나로 똘똘 뭉쳐서 열심히
Dia kan VCT observernya ada berapa?
약간의 그 온라인 전문가들의
Ya monitornya
그 중국 레딧에서
VCT observernya banyak.
약간 비꼬는 것 같기는 한데 고쳐 나갈 때 고쳐 나가고 스테이지 1 동안 정말 많은 변화를 도입을 하면서 스타일을 찾아갈 수 있었고 그래서 좀 그 탁구가 많이 도와준 것 같냐고 하니까 탁구 재밌고 도움이 확실히 되는 것 같지만 다바이 선수 스스로는 탁구 잘 못한다고 실력까지 공개를 해줬는데요. 여기에 대해서 또 알렉스 감독은 어떻게 생각하고 있는지 궁금합니다. 성공적으로 폼을 끌어올리는데 어떤 부분이 가장 도움이 됐을까요? I want to hear from you, Alex. What do you think enabled you guys to get back in form, figure things out quick enough so that you guys can book your way to Toronto?
I think the biggest thing was just to get a win under our belts. Even you could see we're struggling in the DFM game because we're just trying our best to just win. The most important thing was that the players had to believe that they were good enough to do it. You know, after the DFM game, I think everything changed. We were a little bit more confident. We knew that, hey, we're not that bad. We had a lot of external help as well, performance coach, remote coaching from other people. You know, and I think that's a big deal. Also, we have Sliggy. I don't know if everyone knows the meme, but he was leading the train charge, you know, and we managed to get it to Toronto somehow. We're still going to be here in Korea. We have things to do. Not finished yet. We're going to pick up some more people, but we are going to get to. I mean, I'm glad to say that the train will be stopping in Toronto.
Hello. And also shout out to Pujan. You are our lucky charm. So thank you.
Good job.
일단 승리하는 게 가장 중요했고 DFM 때 많이 힘들기는 했지만 어쨌든 승리를 했기 때문에 거기서부터 이제 선수들이 우리도 이길 수 있는 힘이 있고 다시 할 수 있다라고 느낀 게 가장 큰 변화였다고 얘기를 하고요. 그리고 사실 뭐 원격으로 코칭을 해주고 그리고 코칭 스태프들이 많이 도와주기도 했었고 또 슬리기 선수가 이 열차 유행을 시켜서 그 슬리기님을 필두로 한 열차가 드디어 마스터즈 토론토에 정차할 수 있어서 너무 좋다고 얘기를 하고요. 그리고 다바이 선수는 개인적으로 FNS 선수까지 샤웃아웃을 해주면서 우리의 럭키참이었다라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 내일 RRQ를 만나게 될 텐데 각오 한마디 듣고 인터뷰 끝내볼게요. Facing RRQ tomorrow. What's your mindset heading into that matchup?
I mean, we had our ex-teammate in the team. I just hope that he's gonna perform well. We also gonna perform well so that the viewers enjoy the show. I guess it's the better of the Indonesian, you know. So which one is the better Indonesian?
The Indonesian.
Yeah.
워낙 예전에 함께했던 선수가 있으니까 모두 누군지 아시죠?
Besok viewer Indonesia gempar-gemparan.
또 누가 가장 잘하는
Berdua
선수인가?
Tapi aku rasa kayaknya PRX.
좀 재밌는 경기 하면 좋겠고 또
Aku rasa PRX.
나왔으면 좋겠다는 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 다바이 선수
Gak tahu kalau misalkan RRQ panas banget, kemungkinan RRQ panas. RRQ harus hype.
네, 그래서 오늘 하루 마무리됐고요. 저희는 내일 다시 돌아오겠습니다. 좋은 밤 되세요.
Siapa ya macam MVP-nya?
Paper Rex is going to Toronto, baby. We've
Something
been waiting for it, and thank you for your sacrifice, the fuel, the coal in that terrain, sending them all the way across to another continent, ending this match in a 2-0 fashion against TRX. Big time. You said Paper Rex were the underdogs today.
Yeah, I really thought they were. I felt like TRX have been much more formulated team, and I thought they almost should have got their ticket against Arrach earlier on. I was really, I really believed Paper Rex could do it, but I really did feel like they would be the underdogs. But I think Paper Rex really crumbled under the pressure that PRX were able to put on them today.
Tapi bener apa?
What a turnaround. You look at kickoff.
Akhirnya rollnya tuh isi.
Start of this group.
kekurangannya.
6 series loss, and then they win 5 in a row. They scrape their way just through their group, and then every single
Pas sudah dapat chemistry enak banget ini ngeliatnya.
more and more momentum until they deal with DRX pretty decisively here, especially the Icebox pick. For DRX, that one's going to sting, and that means that both Masters representatives from Pacific have been ousted in the lower bracket here. No DRX, no T1, and it's all new representatives for Pacific. And that, if that doesn't tell you something about the competitiveness of this region and how many strong teams we have here in Pacific, I don't know what will.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. They really had to run the gauntlet. First it was T1, former Masters winners, then it was Boom, top of the group, and now DRX, a huge staple here in Pacific, and I think they took them all down rather decidedly. There is no doubt in anybody's mind now that they deserve to be in that top 3, and they deserve to be flying to Toronto.
Absolutely. This is going to be the first time we have 2 Southeast Asian teams. Basically, we have a majority Southeast Asian teams going to a international event here. And of course, DRX, it's unfortunate, but like you said, they showed really promising signs here, and I can see why that a few of us did pick DRX. All the Koreans, the casters, the talents, they picked DRX, but it wasn't a biased pick necessarily. DRX looked very good, but Paper X, just like everything was keeping very calm, very cool, very collected throughout.
Yeah, I mean, DRX are the known quantity. They're the reigning champions of Pacific for a reason. I think they've just had to undergo a lot of changes, unfortunately, and a lot of ability that they've been trying to overcome. They really could have taken Lotus here. The Icebox pick I wasn't necessarily convinced by, and I think that they are still trying to discover what their style is, get Estrella kind of into the team and actually integrate a little bit better. And some of the players' individual performances, I feel like I've had a bit of a fall off for kickoff, particularly in this series, but you can't take anything away from Paper X. They've just been playing better and better, and yeah, I'm loving watching their style at the moment, and I think that they looked at that Icebox pick and they were able to solve not only that, but also the tricky Lotus comp that DRX tried to pull into this series.
Yeah, this is the kind of team, the kind of form you want to see a team go in.
Satunya pas lawan T1 lagi.
Same thing with Gen G earlier today. This is a form that we want to see. This is not just beating the Pacific teams. This is like global.
Ini kalau misalkan PR menang dari atas, dari bawah ke bawah.
Now, who is your match MVP? Because so many of them perform so well.
We had to go today with, of course, Forsaken, the ultimate flex. I think he looked fantastic on both of the roles he played today, on both the Omen and that Sova. I mean, his individual level was just so high, taking over the server today. It felt like, honestly, I believed he was going to win every single duel against anyone on the
Absolutely. I mean, look, headshot percentage there. He is literally just one-tapping everyone. You love to see it. And this is, for me, I think, and I'm sure many people will agree, Forsaken's got to be like one of the most valuable players in Pacific, because he can just play anything. He's always performing. He always puts up his numbers. I always put him on my team because PRX is a crisis for build diff, but Forsaken kind of solves that. I can pick Forsaken and I can put him on any bloody role because he plays everything and he always gets his.
He does. He's fantastic. We saw one of the coach interviews happen when they interviewed every single player. The player that they most would want on their team was Forsaken. He was the number one.
There's no one who wouldn't want Forsaken on your team.
Exactly.
I feel like he can do absolutely everything. He's a coach's dream.
I will say, like, small shout out, I mean, huge shout out actually to Patman though, like, rookie season to come into a team that has so much pressure and expectation on them. He's had to flex into a bunch of different roles. And in this series, how many clutches did this guy win? How many rounds were they on the ropes and he was actually able to come up with some really big multi-frags, some clutches and things like that. So he, honestly, Patman had a ton of impact this series, and I very much considered giving him the MVP. I think Paperthin did choose him as his MVP candidate, and I think, like, to see a rookie come up clutch in a make or break series like this on a big team when you haven't played in Tier 1 before is absolutely exceeded expectations.
Yeah, the last time we saw a rookie perform to this level was Karen last year on Gen G. We did see the rookies get pushed to the limit today. We were observing Hyunmin a bit, Cushy as well. I think these are all the kind of experiences, the kind of stress you have coming near towards the finals, and you need to get this kind of experience before you go to the international stage. And Patman, like you said, is looking very steady there, even in the most clutchiest of clutches. Now, we do have one last game. We do need to wrap up today, and it is the build diff. And here are the builds we have today. Today's probably the first time I didn't go for Jing as my duelist. Pilsky went for Jemkin here. These are all these, most of these players were pretty solid.
You didn't go for Jing, you went for something instead, and something just went crazy on this iceberg. I think you've looked this up again today.
Yeah. I've seen him play ping pong. He's on. He's so on today.
It's just the ping pong form is on.
It is.
I mean, you could trust him to put on the duelist if you think he's going to get on chat. I mean, we highlighted it in the pre-show, but this PRX team, all of them have their signature duelist agent that they do so well on, and the rest of the boys try to fit the comp to make sure that you can put something on Jet, you can put Jing on the Raze, and then the rest will work itself out.
That's right. Well, this has been a fun game. The winner is gonna get an Acer Predator laptop. Pilsky does win today. I wonder who did you pick, Ben? Congratulations. Thank you, everyone.
Fantastic game today.
Yes,
very well
great,
done.
good. GG.
Very well done.
Who were your key guys? Okay, definitely Forsaken.
Everyone, what do you mean?
Yeah, actually everyone was pretty solid. Good
At
picks
least I'm
here all around.
I'm a bit better at build diff than I am at sorting my cable out, but yeah.
And we have the total scores, of course. Drum roll here.
We don't need a drum roll.
Nice game!
We were never going to close the gap. Like, you have absolutely destroyed us this season. Picks have been insane. You knew texture was
Okay,
sudah. Famous like a fool, and like you've just absolutely destroyed us.
She's back from the future.
I am back from the future. I'm ready to become a tier 1 coach.
You are off Fraud Watch. I officially,
Hey guys, thank you.
denounce you from the Fraud Watch. You are not a fraud. You know ball.
Yeah, thank you.